You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News for June the 22nd here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. And a good morning to you, Rev Cindy. How are you doing today? Feeling any better?
Good morning, Al. I'm singing the praises of cold medicine today. I am I have a cold, one of those icky chest colds that gives you body aches, and but
Yeah.
for the win. I'm here.
And it's always great to get them at the end of June. Cold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird. I mean, I feel that it has a lot to do with, like AC's now on, and it's hot outside. It's the changing of temperatures,
Yeah.
Yeah. Body getting used to it.
It wasn't scorching hot at your place over the weekend, I don't assume. And if it wasn't, then that could help ease the symptoms versus if it was really hot out.
Yeah.
So, all righty. Other than that, we got news stories for today. I think some of them will be some updates on some things, as well as some new stuff as well. And as always, seems that way. Cindy, you're right.
There's a couple of interesting ones in the second half, or maybe you put them in the first half. I can't remember. There's a couple of your stories that caught my eye that I'm interested to follow.
Yeah. Well, they'll be along sometime during the show. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty.
Okay. So we might as well kick it off. The first story of the day comes to us from here in Nova Scotia, from our local paper, actually, the Chronicle Herald. And the title of this article says, Nova Scotia's illegal cannabis market remains large despite record Nova Scotia Liquor Commission sales. Nova Scotia's legal cannabis market may be breaking sales records, but a new report suggests the illicit or indigenous market remains a major force in the province. According to the Chronicle Herald, despite the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation reporting some of its strongest cannabis sales to date, industry experts and government officials estimate that a significant portion of cannabis purchases are still taking place outside the legal system. The story highlights one of the ongoing challenges facing legalization across Canada. While legal stores offer tested products, regulated retail environments, and consumer protections, many buyers continue to seek out unlicensed source due to lower prices, greater convenience, wider product selection, or long-standing relationships with legacy suppliers. And as somebody that shops in both markets, I'm going to tell you that the prices are pretty much equal. And honestly, on the legal side, you can get cheaper cannabis. So I don't think the prices really have anything to do with it here. This article notes that legal cannabis sales in Nova Scotia continue. More consumers are entering the regulated market. However, analysts believe the illicit sector still accounts for a substantial share of overall cannabis consumption in the province. The issue has become increasingly political here in Nova Scotia, particularly as the provincial government ramps up enforcement efforts against unauthorized cannabis retailers, including those operating on Indigenous territory. Supporters of stricter enforcement argue that illegal operators undermine public safety and licensed businesses. Critics counter that legal markets must become more competitive to abandon the illicit or Indigenous sources. The numbers suggest that legalization has been successful in creating a thriving legal industry after legalization. Is the legal, the legal system scared of competition? As I stated when I was reading that, at least here in Nova Scotia, and I've seen across the board as I've traveled, and if you go, especially go with the smaller producers who operate, with organic and they don't use all the chemicals and stuff, you're going to get really clean burning cannabis. So I don't think it has, it has much people shopping over on the illicit side or the Indigenous side fully. I don't think it has to do with the fact that one is cleaner than the other or one is cheaper than the other, because, I've seen the proof that they're pretty much the same in that aspect.
Yeah. And, alcohol prohibition, when it ended, it didn't eliminate bootleggers when it became legal. And even today,
I was going to say, even
almost
today,
100 years later, right? It's still, you can still get it from a bootlegger.
there are still bootleggers out there, like you can buy these legal kits to make wine and whatnot at home, wine, beer, rum, the whole bit. But
yeah, or it could be somebody who just has access to getting some alcohol, whether it's from, or just going and buying it at the store itself, and then just reselling it in their home, and putting the extra cost on that, and saying convenience, so on and so forth.
Or midnight runs, because here in Nova Scotia, our liquor stores close at 9 or 10 most days, 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock on Sundays. So yeah, to an illegal source.
They'll never ever get rid of all the other cannabis sales out of the system. The ones that aren't in the legal system, they'll never get rid of them. They'll always be there. All righty. From there, anything else on that?
I don't think so.
Okay. From that, we're going to move on to the next one. And this story is coming to us from Global News. Is an up from Thursday. Have an MP's been 3 years. Magic mushrooms have been seen as a recreational party drug, but perception to play in treating anxiety, depression, and PTSD. Now advocates are applauded by Saskatchewan Conservative MP to make it easier to access magic mushrooms. Saskatoon University MP Corey Tocher's bill is named after Thomas Hartley, a Saskatchewan man who underwent psilocybin-assisted therapy before losing his battle with cancer. He says, "We face an epidemic of mental health and addiction crisis in our streets, and there is a solution that could include psilocybin counseling," Tocher says, while in introducing his private member's bill in Parliament. He says, "For 3 years, he fought cancer. He felt like himself again. Unfortunately, those same bureaucrats who aren't doctors cut him off at the 3-year mark of his legal supply," he says. He went on to say that he had to travel to the Caribbean 3 times a year for his counseling, and that's when he reached out to me. Right now, doctors can apply on behalf of their patients through Health Canada's Special Access Program, as was in Harl's case. But advocates argue the process is painfully slow. The proposed bill would let doctors prescribe the therapy directly to patients, speeding up the access. Yes, getting the government out of the way. Now, Josh Vanette, he served in the Canadian Armed Forces in Afghanistan before. He was diagnosed with PTSD in 2006. Like many others, I adhered to the orders I was given. I took the medication, the therapy, but nothing seemed to be effective, and I seemed to be getting worse, he says. He said he pushed through another decade of military service, and says that, but unfortunately, in 2016, I had to release from the Canadian Armed Forces. After extensive research and conversations with clinicians, I decided to engage in psilocybin-assisted therapy. He says, for the first time in 15 years, I felt peace. It didn't erase my trauma. It changed my relationship with it. Now, John Gilchrist with Therasville trains therapists to work with psychedelics. He wants psilocybin-assisted therapy to be viewed simply as another healthcare option. Yes, I agree. Here in Canada, we have the right to die through MAID, and patients have a lot harder time getting access to psilocybin-assisted therapy than they do getting access to MAID, and that's a problem. For him, this proposed legislation is long overdue. And there's lots of people who I've talked to, Cindy, since then, that since our story on Thursday, that agree with him. This is long overdue. Yeah.
Yeah, he says, I don't think bureaucrats have any business in the doctor-patient relationship. This bill removes them from that sacred bond. And, absolutely. And we went through this with cannabis years ago. The government, the Section 56 having to be approved, blah, blah, blah. And we eventually won the rights for doctors to just prescribe it. And psilocybin or iboga or any of these natural medicines should be allowed to be prescribed by doctors.
Yeah.
They may not, they don't need to know everything about it. They need to say, listen, maybe you should go try this, and let's go find, a facilitator who's trained and, talk with them together and see if this is the right way for you to go. And there's tons of trained facilitators for different medicines right across this country and in all of America. Other groups can't work together. Doctors can oversee it, which should hopefully make the government happy. But yeah, it's got to happen.
It's got to happen. I just wish, as I said on Thursday, that there was just more than one MP speaking up on
this. Yeah, well, I mean, the MP is coming with. There are things standing behind the MP together. There's
there'll be veteran groups, I'm sure, that will be supporting this as well.
Oh yeah, there's the ones that I know are planning on standing behind it.
Yeah, I'm just looking for more MPs,
which would be nice, and I think it's coming because you can't ignore the veterans.
Oh, you can't ignore the fact. The research we report on it often. Right.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Alrighty.
That's
it on that story. You want to move on to the next one?
Might as well, for sure. This next story is coming to us from StratCan. The OPSEU warns of possible OCS labor action and negotiations. So the union warns of possible Ontario cannabis store labor action as negotiations are continuing. Ontario's cannabis industry could face supply chain disruptions. BC just finished going through this as labor negotiations continue between the OCS and its unionized workforce. According to StratCan, the Ontario Public Service Employee Union has warned that labor action remains possible if ongoing contract negotiations fail to produce an agreement. The Ontario Cannabis Store, commonly known as the OCS, serves as the province's wholesale distributor for legal cannabis products supplying thousands of licensed retail stores across Ontario. Because of its central role in distribution, any significant labor disruption could potentially affect product deliveries throughout Canada's largest cannabis market. Union representatives say workers are seeking improvements related to wages, working conditions, and job security. Meanwhile, negotiations continue between both sides in hopes of reaching an agreement before any strike or labor action becomes necessary. The cannabis sector has matured rapidly since legalization, but stories like this highlight how it increasingly is facing the same labor and workforce issues seen throughout other major industries. Retailers and producers are watching closely because even short-term disruptions at the wholesale level could create inventory shortages and logistical challenges throughout the supply chain. For now, negotiations remain ongoing, but the situation serves as a reminder that Canada's cannabis industry is no longer an emerging experiment. It's a major economic sector with thousands of workers whose labor conditions absolutely matter. What do you think, Al?
Well, I'm just reading through the story and looking at things, and there was three things that to point out. That meeting that they're talking about having, that's today. So I suspect that there will be an update for our next report on what's going on. Another thing was that the it's done different than in BC. The OCS, the warehouse and all that, is operated by a third party, which is not unionized.
Ooh.
Okay, this union, it represents, says here, the bargaining unit represented by OPSU at the OCS consists largely of frontline corporate and contact center personnel. While management is excluded, various roles are governed by the OPS, which is the Ontario Public Service Unified Collective Agreement. So it's not the warehouse. I'm not saying that there's not going to be issues, but it may not be as disruptive as what they had out in BC where the stores going in.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. So that's why I grow my own. Oh, that's one reason. One of many. So, all right. Anything else on this one?
I don't think so.
All right. Time to move on to the next one. This one is coming to us from Green State. And the headline there says Supreme Court rejects broad gun ban for cannabis consumers. Cannabis is legal in some form in nearly every U.S. state, while medical cannabis was recently moved to Schedule 3. Yet, federal law has continued to treat cannabis consumers differently when it comes to gun ownership. Now, the Supreme Court has ruled that simply consuming cannabis does not automatically disqualify someone from owning firearms. The justices decided unanimously in favor of Ali Denal Hemeni, a Texas man who argued that a federal law barring firearm ownership by people who regularly use illegal drugs violates the Second Amendment. Hemeni was previously charged with a felony for allegedly keeping a gun at home while regularly using cannabis. His lawyers secured the dismissal of the charge after the Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled the ban unconstitutional under the Supreme Court's expanded Second Amendment framework. The Justice Department under President Donald Trump eventually asked the Supreme Court to take up the case. Now, Justice Neil Gorsuch wrote that the opinion narrowly limits the government's power to disarm drug users who are not considered dangerous. Hemeni was not charged with any other crimes and was not accused of possessing or using a firearm while under the influence. The law under which he was originally charged was intended to keep guns away from people deemed a threat. But millions of Americans now use cannabis, Gorsuch wrote. Now, given broader changes in cannabis policy, it was difficult to assume that every cannabis consumer is categorically dangerous. Whatever one thinks of these developments, the federal government has not just tolerated them, it helped fuel them, Gorsuch wrote. He continues with, all of which leaves it awkwardly positioned to suggest that millions of Americans who now regularly use cannabis are categorically and unusually dangerous. What is the government's evidence that using cannabis a couple times a week makes someone dangerous? Justice Amy Barrett asked during the hearing. The ruling does not affect laws governing firearm possession or use while under the influence. People may still face criminal penalties for possessing or using a gun while impaired, depending on the circumstances and applicable laws. The decision marks a legal setback for the Trump administration, which opposed this challenge despite taking positions against some other firearm restrictions. I don't know about you, Cindy. I'm not a big firearms person in any way. I've actually been on the wrong end of one, but I think cannabis.
I agree. I mean, like, I agree with the fact that, you know, it should be illegal to use these weapons while under the influence of anything. I don't care what it is. Like, I mean, as a cannabis user, and I had this chat yesterday with a new cannabis user, actually, about how when they feel the effects of cannabis, they don't want to drive, they don't want to do this, they don't want to do that, things that, you know, can possibly be dangerous if you're too out of it, and do them all the time. I thought, so driving.
Today, nothing prevents you from taking your prescription medication.
Own hands going against.
He was the one who appointed them too, but yeah. Completely agree with the judges on this decision. By chance, check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. Got on. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives. These knives are collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the daily deals. Check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
make sure it stays that way. I'm having enough someday, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We got 4 stories to cover in this second half. The first story that you've got, Cindy, it's quite interesting. It's a bit of an update on what's going down in the U.S. with cannabis legalization. And
we had to go through pains to get this one up here. This is how important, and we both
yeah.
realized.
Yeah, exactly. But I have some comments on it, but I'll wait until after this story.
Okie dokie.
Right.
And with that, our next story is coming to us from Cannabis Business Times. The DEA names 7 anti-rescheduling parties for cannabis hearing and 0 pro parties. Interesting. A controversy is brewing in the United States over the federal government's handling of cannabis rescheduling hearings. Again, according to Cannabis Business Times, the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration selected 7 organizations and individuals opposed to cannabis rescheduling to participate in upcoming hearings, while reportedly selecting no participants or organizations who openly support moving cannabis to Schedule 3. The hearing process is part of the federal government's consideration of whether cannabis should be reclassified under the U.S. drug laws following recommendations from federal health officials. Supporters of rescheduling argue that moving cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 would acknowledge accepted medical use, reduce research barriers, and provide tax relief for cannabis. Critics of the DEA's witness selection process argue that the absence of pro-rescheduling voices creates the appearance of a bias and undermines confidence in the fairness of the proceedings. Several industry organizations and reform advocates have questioned how a balanced discussion can occur if the hearing is dominated by participants who oppose the reform. The DEA has not publicly characterized the selections as an endorsement of any particular position, but the decision has already generated significant criticism from cannabis advocates and industry leaders. The controversy underscores just how politically charged cannabis reform remains in the United States, even as public support for legalization continues to rise and more states embrace the regulated markets. And I believe, Al, we did a story last week that said the support is at like 82% from the public.
Yeah, somewhere along that line, 82 or 88% when you combine everything together. This is nuts. Completely nuts. Yeah. Hey, it's the DEA. Because, as we know, the first set of hearings were put off and delayed because of the DEA and the bias of the people that they picked to do it. Who blame Biden and so on and so forth. Here we are under Trump, a new administration, the president who wants to lower it, but you got the DEA once again doing the same shit. They got 7 groups that are anti-cannabis, and that's all that they want to listen to. It doesn't make it, different administrations, but the same crap coming down.
Yep.
Totally wrong. Totally.
It is.
Yeah, I know the Veteran Action Council that airs here on the network on Sundays. They were trying to get into the first set, and they were denied. And I'm sure that they probably put in their names for this set. And here they are again, being denied. Hey, kitty. There's Maple. And it's somebody in the DEA. I don't know. They even have a new, it's the new administration. It's new people running the show, even in the DEA, but this comes up again.
Yep, same thing.
Same thing.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah. They do list. You read off some of the groups, right?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't do that. So I've
Here
closed
they
my story now. So you should.
I have them. Yeah. Now this meeting is taking place next Monday, just so you know. There's the National Drug and Alcohol Screening Association, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Smart Approaches to Marijuana, the state of Nebraska, Idaho, Indiana, and Louisiana, DUID Victim Voices, and then there's 2 doctors that are speaking as well. And
Buddy Weed spoke up.
Okay, I see that you got the message there in front.
Yep.
What else do you see?
I
Buddy
heard
Weed
that.
say? I heard that the rescheduling is going to be.
Yep.
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, buddy. Don't be. It's just, yeah. Well, all we can do, buddy, is keep you addressed to what's going on, and look forward to Thursday, because I'm sure that there's going to be something that's going to be available out there. And I'm sure the accusations will be flying again, and will another judge say, hey, something's going on here, and get the process started again.
Yeah, and again.
Yeah, again. Yeah. All right, from there, we're going to move on to the next story. And this one here, it is coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine. And the headline says, Health Canada forces Ontario dispensary to get rid of its exterior artwork. The Canadian government is not appreciative of the artistic outer appearance a small town Ontario cannabis dispensary currently has. Owners at Treats Cannabis in Collingwood received an email from Health Canada this month demanding that the store remove a mural it had painted by an artist in 2023. The department says the cartoonish characters on the cannabis shop's walls are too appealing to the youth. Store manager Jordan Wanamaker informed local news outlet Simcoe.com about the development last week. He says him and the crew are disappointed considering the amount of work that went into the large-scale painting, but they will have to comply. Now, in a statement shared to social media on June the 19th, Treats stated that it is currently in discussions with another artist about a aesthetically appealing repainting that will adhere to Health Canada's guidelines. He says, it's unfortunate that restrictions regarding cannabis is much more strict than alcohol, but we have to abide by the rules. Now, in a Facebook post, one local claimed that Treats was slapped with a hefty fine as well, though that has not been verified by store officials. Now they say, laughing my ass off, that building looked like a crack house before Treats bought the place, wrote another from the descending social media mob in the comments section. This case appears to be the first of its kind since Canada order from Health Canada. This variety has never been received by a cannabis shop in the country before. However, it appears it does bear similarity to an incident in Ontario last year. That back then in September, the City of London painted over a promotional sign mural for Your Highness Cannabis following a local councillor's campaign. These cases highlight different levels of government intervention against cannabis-related exterior art in Canada, while both involve covering up eye-catching exterior artwork tied to sales of a adults-only substance. The Collingwood case represents direct federal enforcement of advertising restrictions, whereas the London store was a more localized dispute. And they're right, it was a more localized dispute because it was over just a sign that was there. It didn't have any artsy drawings on it that people could interpret were being more kid friendly. It was just somebody who just didn't like the sign back for them. But I saw this story shared around on Facebook quite a bit. People were going like, "What?"
Yeah. Yeah. So while you were talking about this and how it, they think that the mural advertises to kids, I went and found this. This is the Nova Scotia Liquor Commission, just what they sell there. And if you take a look at this BU, tell me that, like this one over here on the side, tell me that doesn't appeal to kids. If you take a look at this Blue Lobster rocket, tell me that doesn't appeal to kids.
Oh, wow. Yeah, nice find. Scoop. Yes, exactly.
Right. And then there are, Mug Root Beer has created an alcoholic drink, I think, with SoCo that you can just buy. It looks like a mug fucking root beer with really tiny printing that says, whatever percentage alcohol, et cetera, et cetera. As I'm looking here, Rockstar vodka. Well, teenagers buy Rockstar all the time. That's advertising to kids. There are these other pretty drinks right beside it, like this other one with a cat on it.
What drink gives you wings that you can fly?
Red Bull. And you can buy Red Bull vodka, and it's give me a freaking break. I had to find that and point out that alcohol is, if they're saying that we are trying to attract children, well, you got to go after the alcohol people too, because that is blatantly appealing to young kids, whether it's the root beer one, whether it's that lobster rocket one. I mean, I don't care. Those are not pictures that are like, if you're telling us that we've got to go black and white with cannabis and we got to get rid of all the pretty pictures, that should be for alcohol and any other substance that's illegal for people under a certain age. Done. Fair.
Talking about not done yet, Buddy Weeds, he's chimed in about our previous story over the groups for the meetings next Monday. He says he's also heard that they are only asking for non-supporters because they have already made up their minds on Schedule 3, and the non-supporters are only there to be told they will not win the argument.
Oh.
Yeah.
We shall see.
We shall see, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, talking about seeing, what's the next story of the day?
The next story of the day is coming to us from Targeted Oncology. This one kind of caught my eye. We talk about how cannabis oil all the time can help fight cancer. This one specifically says how turning to psychedelics can help patients with cancer heal. A growing number of oncologists and mental health specialists are exploring how psychedelic-assisted therapies may help cancer patients cope with some of the emotional challenges that accompany serious illnesses. According to Targeted Oncology, researchers are increasingly studying substances such as psilocybin as tools for addressing cancer-related anxiety, depression, fear, and existential distress. The article emphasizes that psychedelic therapy is not being investigated as a treatment for cancer itself. Instead, researchers are examining whether these experiences can help patients process the emotional and psychological realities of a life-changing diagnosis. Several clinical studies have reported promising results. Patients participating in supervised psilocybin-assisted therapy have often described reductions in anxiety, improvements in mood, increased acceptance, and a renewed sense of meaning and connection. One of the most striking findings emerging from the research is that benefits can sometimes persist long after the psychedelic experience itself. Researchers believe these therapies may help patients view their illness, mortality, relationships, and priorities from a different perspective. The article includes perspectives from clinicians who have witnessed profound emotional breakthroughs among patients facing some of the most difficult periods of their lives. For many cancer patients, the greatest suffering is not always physical. It can be fear, it can be uncertainty, it can be that loss of identity, purpose, or their hope. Researchers caution that psychedelic assisted therapy remains experimental at the moment, and should only be pursued within appropriate medical and therapeutic settings. But the science continues to develop. Many experts believe these treatments may eventually become an important part of comprehensive cancer care, helping patients not simply survive, but heal emotionally as they navigate the journey before them. And for those facing some of life's hardest questions, that possibility is generating tremendous interest across both oncology and psychedelic medicine. And Al, we've had many stories talking about how psilocybin has helped people face their cancer diagnosis.
Right.
And there's a documentary, Dosed, the second Dosed movie, who follows a woman who's fighting, cancer. And even though the psilocybin that she, participated in didn't cure her cancer, because it gave her calmness and because it gave her peace of mind, that actually gave her time.
Yeah. Well, Thomas Harrell.
Yep.
Perfect example.
Yep.
Looking for the end of life, the mental therapy that's involved in it. Like as I said, it's not just about trying to defeat the disease. Even after somebody defeats the disease, if they do, can be a mental challenge afterwards.
Oh my goodness. Yes. You've just beat cancer, or you're just
Correct.
fighting cancer. Like it's all, a terminal disease, even any chronic disease comes with that. Oh my
Yeah.
God, my life has changed dramatically. And to find peace with that is beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, psilocybin help that. So
Yeah.
why not? Okay, last story of the day, and it is coming to us from StratCan, but I see I haven't got it ready yet, so Cindy's going to hold me off on the screen there until I get it ready. Okay, all right, I've got it ready now. Here we go. Last story of the day. This one's coming to us from StratCan, and the headline there says, April 2026 cannabis sales data. Regional trends and national growth. Cannabis sales in Canada in April 2026 were $482 million, according to the latest figures from Statistics Canada. While cannabis sales have been showing signs of slowing compared to exponential growth in the first few years of legalization, sales were still up 3% from April of 2025 and up 5% from the previous month's $466 million. Now, Statistics Canada also updated its March 2026 figures, which were previously reported as 471 million. The country's national statistical agency routinely adjusts these sales figures as new data comes in. Now, year over year and month over month increases were seen in every province except Newfoundland and Labrador, which showed a 2% decline compared to March, and Manitoba, which showed a decline of less than 1% month over month. Now, the sales figures for the Northwest Territories and the Nunavut weren't available, but Ontario had the highest sales in April 2026 at $187 million, accounting for almost 39% of all sales in Canada. Now, Alberta had the second highest sales at 83 million, or 17% of total monthly sales. BC was third at 70 million, or 15% of cannabis sales. And Ontario, Alberta, BC, and Quebec combined accounted for about 84% of all cannabis sales in Canada. Now, as of June the 15th, 2026, BC lists 556 licensed cannabis stores, both public and private. Alberta has 749. Ontario has 1,867 is being authorized to open. Nova Scotia, there they have reported $138 million in cannabis sales, as reported earlier. And in Quebec, they reported an $809 million in sales in this fiscal year for 2025. Ontario cannabis sales topped at $2.28 billion in 2025, driven by pre-rolls and vape growth. The Canadian cannabis sector experienced significant growth in 2025, with farm receipts increasing 17% to $2.5 billion, and total recreational sales reaching $5.5 billion, they say. And cannabis prices have also continued to fall year over year, with a 2.5% decrease in April 2026 compared to April 2025. However, Statistics Canada's Consumer Price Index showed a 0.7% month-over-month increase in April of 2026 compared to March. So that gives us a bit of an idea on what's going on in the country as far as sales. People are still buying cannabis at the stores. There's obviously no doubt about that. We'd like to see some report, I'm sure, on where all the tax money is going, but at least we know
That'd be nice. Like, yeah, recreational sales equaling $5.5 billion. I'd love to know where some of the tax rev is going from that.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, we just get, little drips and drabs here and there. Some it just ends up in slush funds.
Yeah.
Orange.
The other thing I wish they had told us is which province had the most sales, per capita.
Oh, per capita, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, if we
Smaller
cut it all
provinces.
down to, yeah. Because, Nova Scotia, for the first 6 years, it was us.
Yeah, well, even as just to the medical end as well. Like it was, Nova Scotia, the East Coast, a lot of patients.
Yep.
So, but yeah, 1,800 stores in Ontario. Go on the stores.
You guys have what, 3/4 of the stores of the country?
Yeah. Oh, that pretty close, anyways. Okay, I see you've got something to discuss.
As always, until the 3rd of July, I'm going to keep discussing this. We here at the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society are putting on our annual movie fundraiser this year. This year, we're bringing in Descending the Mountain. It is a film about mushrooms and meditation. We are, putting this on July 3rd, as I've said many times, starting at 7 p.m. at the Paul O'Regan Hall in the Halifax Library. We're pretty excited to put this on. I'm really excited to go watch the movie myself. We will have, a panel of people there to chat about psychedelics and meditation after the movie. And we do have a tonic provider who will be selling pre-made tonics. They're non-alcoholic. You can also bring your own water, etc. Tickets are $25 ahead of time. You can buy them on Eventbrite. If you go to our Facebook page, the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society, and if you go to events, the link is there for sure. So you can follow that to the Eventbrite and have a look and grab a ticket for $20. If you wait till you buy it at the door, it goes up by $5 to $25, although we will have tickets at the door. And before I completely take off with these guys, as you can see, I'm scrolling and now I'm going backwards. We also have, this little post that we've put up looking for things to do this summer. We are talking about Descending the Mountain here with all of the information there. And then we have another speaker series coming up. We have the lady who actually will have the tonic elixirs at the movie, Coco, and one of our founders, TR, are going to be giving a speaker series talking about harm reduction in the psychedelic world. So that should be really interesting. That's going to be again at the Paul O'Regan Hall at the Halifax Regional Library. And it'll be on August 19th at 6:30. So if you're looking for something to do in the middle of August, this should be a really, really great chat. And then, of course, we've been chatting about this. Exciting things are happening in Canada. Talking about the Conservative MP, Corey Tocher, who introduced Bill C-286. That's the actual bill, or Thomas Bill, as they've called it, to legalize prescribing psychedelics like psilocybin. And MAPS Canada recently convened the first national dialogue on access to psychedelics this past April. So these are really just exciting things that are on the horizon, and we wanted to share with the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society. The next one, of course, is July 3rd. I hope to see you there for Descending the Mountain.
Yeah. Great stuff. You guys are doing fantastic down there. Let's hope stuff like this spreads and, get going now, because if this bill grabs hold, or if another bill comes along afterwards, more people who are educated ahead of time makes things like that get done. People contact their MPs and say, hey, this is good stuff. Keep doing it.
Yep.
So more people can get educated ahead of time, the better. So that there. All right. Anything else offhand?
Gosh, happy birthday, Ted Smith.
Happy birthday, Ted Smith. That's right. Exactly. I sent him a happy birthday notice.
Beautiful. Yes.
And you're very welcome, Buddy Weeds. Buddy says, thank you, Al and Cindy, for the latest news stories. Have a great week. Have a great week. We will. You have a great week as well, Buddy Weeds. And other than that, I'd say we're done, right?
I think so.
All right. As I always say, thanks to everybody for tuning into the program. Thanks to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. We will see you Thursday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. And as always, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Got the slab on the table, little brick, all pressed, all gold.
5 tons in the steel frame waiting.
Whole room hush when it flows.
Ross and back,
That custom mold,
fill it up,
tuck tight.
then load and press.
We just trying to keep long still shining.
Do it calm, do it clean. He makes the trichome flow. Slow drip, let the pressure go. From the flower to the glow.
Solving free, keep the spirit in me.
High in the mind,
All that for harm reduction,
yeah.
but the method low key.
He makes the trichome flow. Loading on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 710 code.
Ooh, see it packed in the mold.
Put it into the Rawson bag.
First squish, then the shine pulls through.
Little river on the parchment flowing.
Big glass,
Clear drop,
that you
wait out,
take a breath,
think twice.
dose right.
Keep the bag in view.
We just squish,
We don't strip, we don't rush. Treat the plant like it's part of you. He makes the trichome flow. Slow drip,
let the pressure go. From the flower to the glow.
solving free, keep the spirit in me.
High in the mind,
All that for harm reduction,
yeah.
but the method low key. He makes the trichome flow.
Rolling on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 710 code.
Smooth as silk,
Brittle like glass.
creamy like milk.
Put in your rig
Light the torch,
or push the button. Get you medicated like nothing. He makes the trichome flow. Slow drip, let the pressure go. From the flower to the glow. Solving free, keep the spirit in me.
high in the mind,
All that for harm reduction,
yeah.
but the method low key.
He makes the trichome flow. Golden on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's the 710 code. Feel it in your toe, feel it in your head.
Body temperature,
Up it goes.
forehead sweat.
Where's the bed?
Things calm down, body sweats disappear. Wow.
Memories of their first dance.
Ooh.
He makes the trichome flow. Slow drip, let the pressure go.
Let the pressure
From the
roll
flower
to the glow.
Solving free, keep the spirit in me.
Keep the spirit in me.
All that for harm reduction,
Yeah.
but the method low key.
He makes the trichome slow. Golden on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 710 code.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Wake up, roll up. Tune in, it's the high guy. Let the good vibes begin. Yeah. Yeah. 2 hours on the line is a Tuesday thing. 10 Eastern on the dot when the hotline ring. Got the headlines hot, got the jokes on cue. Little pop up perspective in your daily news. Hi guys, podcast. Tuesday at 10. News, reviews, and views. Again.
Ooh.
Hi, guys. Nice intro.
I like that. Something like that. Now, unless you, we can leave it as is, or you can make a fourth little endings if you like.
Yeah.
I just thought that it would be cool to have the ending with our logo thingy on there, and then transition into this because it all
blends in.
That's a combination. That's a combination effort from myself, Al, and AI.
AI. That's right. 3 L's.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I just thought, hey, I'm gonna throw that logo into the AI thing and see what we come up with.
Well, here's the other thing that you made. I did the graphics for this as well, and then Al.
Catch the High Guys Tuesdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on 420pace.ca.
Yes, yeah.
I like that.
I thought about it. That worked out pretty good. I did one. It was my sister's birthday, so I took a picture of our cat, and I said, had to catch it to my sister, and I sent it to her.
Oh, cool. I in order to finish up what I was doing, I had to. I've been manipulating between Photoshop, Canva, and the Canva video stuff, and just to combine everything together, because I wanted. I had to remove the background, right? Originally, I was going to remove, take a clip of the video that you made of us, like the table guys, with no bottoms, by the way.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah,
it's supposed to be our avatars.
Yeah, that's right. It's exactly
right.
Yeah.
So
that's what it is.
That's why I transitioned it back into the ending.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's yeah. I was when I first saw it, I laughed and chuckled. So
I was laughing,
and then I sent it to you, and then you assembled it all together, and yeah, it was. I think it works. I think it works.
I had
I'm not worried. Even I'm double fisting.
I saw that. Yes, I thought that was very selfish of you. I had to completely remove the music from your video.
Yeah,
and then in order to sync it, it wouldn't sync because of the two parts.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So I just removed it. Had to stretch it a little. Hence the ending part. So, yeah. Anyways, good morning, one person watching.
That's all right. That's only live. Many watch it afterwards. That's why I never worry about. I never worry about how many watching live because
you know what?
How many people catch it afterwards? People are at work. You know, the traveling.
I started playing with Shoutcast and broadcasting the station way back when on a. I don't have it. It's covered up and stuff. With a mixing board, as you know, with a mixing board that a buddy of mine found at the Mount Forest dump.
Hey,
it worked. I ran the full station 24/7 on that mixing board until I got this one here.
Oh yes.
No, till I got my analog one. Now I've got a digital one, a digital mixing board. But it was a long time ago. You know, I just started messing around with Shoutcast and Winamp, which is the way that you used to be able to broadcast, which was all put together. Thank you, AOL. It was their way of promoting free speech.
Oh yes.
And so they developed a way to do this, and that's how a lot of radio stations started back then. And it was all audio. And it was all live. There was no recordings. There was no video. Although, after we started using Skype, we saw each other.
Yeah.
Right. Like Al, I produced all of Al's for several years, so that he could concentrate on doing the show and blah, 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 because he didn't want to have to set up Shoutcast and shit. So, I mean, Jesus, yeah, that was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago. That's right. Yeah.
A lot of things have changed.
A lot of things have changed big time. And as you know, independent stuff is being viewed more than ever. You know? People have access to it everywhere they go.
And you know what?
In their pockets.
We can thank COVID for that, because Zoom came out with a scream when COVID started. Everybody was using it. TV was using it. Newscasts were using it so that you could work from home.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And that turned into a lot of sites like like StreamYard, OneStream, Livestream, this stream, that stream, you know, being able to send to multiple places. Now we're at the point where one outfit says, no, you can't do that. And the next outfit says, sure, you go right ahead. And it's confusing.
Yeah, or you get one platform that you can send to that platform through different locations, such as Facebook, for example. You can do groups and all that, or pages. Go to different pages. Or you go to YouTube, you can go to different channels on YouTube. But for example, on YouTube, one channel might get a mark because of your show, whereas on another channel on YouTube, your show doesn't get any mark.
Also, things like, you know, Meta owns a lot of different websites, and it you know, there's no consistency there, because on Instagram we might get bumped, but on Facebook we don't this week. And then on what's the other site that they have? We get bumped off. You know, it's make up your fucking mind. You know,
Nice.
It's all run by the same system. Meta, come on. But let me say.
But as I said to you, you know, sometimes when you were on your pick of the favorite ice cream, sometimes rules are made to be broken.
Correct. And sometimes they allow you to dispute, and they say, okay,
oh yeah. I've
done
that in the YouTube. I filed a what do you call it, appeal. And
every week, dude. Every week.
Yeah. They sent me back notice. And sorry, we don't change your mind.
What gets me is the my personal page. I get at least 3 or 4 times a week that we are no longer promoting your page to users under 18.
Yeah, no longer being recommended. I get that too.
Okay. And just for the record, I have that set in my settings. So, but then 3 days later, because it's only a 3-day ban, they say you're now being recommended.
Oh yeah, I've got that on the news end of things.
It's like a fucking yo-yo.
On off, and not recommend, back and forth. But as far as the other stuff, a lot of it just says that they don't recommend it.
I'm sick of it. I've got the song. One of the songs I have loaded today. We're going to play later, because it's more of a. I don't know if Al's heard this one. It's more of a spoken word or monogram. What do you call it? Monologue that slowly turns into a song, and it is about cannabinoids information.
I may have heard it because I know I've got one of your cannabinoid songs.
Okay.
It's your song.
Al,
I see it there on the list.
And Al has a song. You want to play one of your songs first, Al? And then I got to load some stuff after.
Okay, well, you know, to some people, this coming weekend or next weekend could be a long weekend, because July 1st is on a Wednesday this year?
Yeah, huh?
Right?
It's like May 2-4 weekend is not on May 2.
No, it's not. But at least it's on the weekend. So yeah, it's a Wednesday. So some people may only get the Wednesday off through the week, but nevertheless,
I think they give you a choice now. The business either you
some
close
places
on
do
the actual holiday, or you can choose the Friday or the Monday. I know most places usually stay open one day.
Yeah, I know of places that have done that, giving people a choice. So
we have fireworks and bonfires and hot dogs and other treats and ice cream down at the beach.
Now, is that just on July the 1st? So it's on the Wednesday?
They do it for different reasons periodically through the season, even in the winter. But yes, this is our Canada Day celebrations. There will be fireworks. There will be dogs under my bed.
Yeah, exactly.
Or actually, she started when she gets scared with the lightning and the fireworks. She goes right into the bathroom.
No, does she?
Curls up beside the tub. Yep. Because it's closed, right?
Right. Yeah.
Or beside my bed.
Yeah. Tessa will go in behind her chair.
Does she get scared as well? Yeah.
Sometimes, not all the time.
I have a friend who used to take his puppy as a very small puppy to the fireworks and stuff in Toronto, and so there's no impact there at all when they go off, But Rosa hears, we hear a lot of gunshots. We heard a lot of gunshots at the farm as well from hunters, and she's very squeamish because of it, right?
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Yeah.
The thunder rumors here are bad.
So what I did is I put a song together about the long weekends.
Okay, cool.
It was the long weekend when I put it together, and I was just put in some prompts and got myself a song. So, and this is actually this song here. I haven't put it to pictures yet, so it's just the soon end of things. So, but yeah, it's called The Long Weekend.
Shoulders, grass clippings on my pants. Mow a little slower, let the whole day dance. Joints in the shade on the deck, paper twisted tight and low. Boats cut lines on the water, hear them rise and go. Cottages rolling in with the weekend grin. Door wide screen swinging, let the good times end. Home away from home, home away from home. Sunburned, smoking stone. By the lake I roam, home away from home. Gotta keep it sweet and let the whole world slow. That's how the long weekends go. Rolling one by the railing, with the cedar scent around. Bare feet on the boards, while the shoreline pounds. Friends on the dock are laughing, coolers in the back of trucks. I got my little corner, and I got my luck. Color the engine wake, melting to the heat. Shade on my knuckles, dust on my feet. Home away from home, home away from home. Sunburned, smoking stone. By the lake I roam, home away from home. Gotta keep it sweet and let the whole world slow. That's how the long weekends go. Gotta go get my apple hash pie, put it on the dock for when we get home. One more puff, then I'm back on side, watching that green line wave goodbye. Home away from home, home away
from home. Sunburn, smoking stone. By the lake I roll. Come away from home. Gotta keep it sweet and let the whole world slow. That's how the long weekends go.
There we go. That's the long weekend. Being we got a long weekend coming up. Cottagers will be driving by. People will be having parties on their deck and having a good time. Good times.
Well, some of us might just be sitting watching YouTube
Some, that's right. Some,
or riding around on his mower.
that's right. Some people might just be camping in a spot where there's a river, not a lake.
Are you guys going camping?
Good question.
You don't know yet.
No, I discovered something. Very.
Oh, your trailer's still not working out. So
We had a guy come and take a look at it.
expensive.
No, actually, he gave us good news. He said that everything, like the brakes and the bearings and everything was good. The bearings weren't overpacked or anything, but really didn't have an exact answer as to why I was seeing the one tire. Just so I noticed, one tire is off alignment. It is pointing out.
Could it be the tire itself?
No. What
Like
I did
maybe the
look at it, you can see it's angled wrong. It's pointing.
you bent your
Could have a bent axle.
that's not a cheap fix. Time
No.
to sell your trailer and get a bigger one. I mean a smaller one.
And the
I like your trailer.
I don't know.
I've stayed in your trailer. That's a nice trailer.
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
should have gotten that size for myself. I probably still have it.
Yeah, you probably would. You could take over.
I could have brought up. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Literally the bears.
Right, literally.
It's
Yep.
I did some measuring yesterday, and according to the information I read, when you measure your tires at the back of the tire and at the front of the tire, there should be no variance other than maybe 1/16 to an eighth of an inch in your measurement from center to center.
Yeah, it's bent.
And I've got half inch.
Your frame is probably out of alignment.
Could be frame, could be the axle.
So I guess next thing is a hoist.
When we get done here doing the show, I'll be going to a RV shop in Peterborough and
I know
talking
that
to
place.
them. Guys, I had a guy come over and take a look at it. Everything, he
Yeah.
was an RV mechanic and all that. He's a mobile mechanic and everything was all fine. But obviously something is wrong here. He pointed out to me that my inside of my tires were worn on the one side. So I went and took a good look at it. And yeah, it is worn on the inside. Not only is it worn, but it has a flare to it. So basically what's going on is that left tire has been plowing going down the road. And I don't know how long it's been doing it.
Ouch.
Whether it's been doing it just for one trip, whether it's been doing it since day one that we bought the trailer. I haven't got a clue.
And you're just, but you're just seeing it like you're noticing it more now.
Yeah, we noticed it a couple of weeks ago. So I called a friend of mine who's a RV mechanic, and he come over and took a look at it.
Cool.
So he doesn't have equipment to check for frame or anything like that. And I did point out some things to him, like this tire on this side is inside the wheel well. by a couple inches. It looks like a couple inches, whereas the other tire on the other side isn't inside the wheel well.
Well, you can check the frame the same way that you would check a home frame by doing the four corners and matching up the distances, right?
Distances and stuff.
Yeah. And that would tell you if it's out of alignment. To me, and I know nothing, but it sounds like a bent axle to me.
Possibility. I can't remember hitting anything.
Or maybe the spring is gone, or
Yeah, the springs look fine.
I know you know way more than I do.
I know I did post it online in a group that same models as what we've got, same make as what we got, and people said that either you got a bent axle frame, but obviously your camber is off. And to tow it down the road is just dragging it, and I'm not interested in having a tire blow out.
Yeah, that's a pretty heavy trailer.
Well, it's 3,000 pounds, and maybe the other scenario on the tire ends. Some people wondered whether we had overloaded it, but we just put our clothes in it and the food and stuff that we need to go with.
Is it like going like that, or?
I would say there's been occasional time.
You know what? I wouldn't drive. I'd be so weird. I'll just stay here.
Yeah. Yeah, when it's done that, I went, huh?
Well, you know what?
It's just the road. Thinking that maybe it's just the road, the way the groove is in the asphalt over time. I'm thinking, well, that.
Yeah.
Making it.
No, thanks. I got my D license like the day I turned 19.
Oh yeah.
So we're talking, I guess, the late 70s, right? Early 80s. Hey, I'm 63 this year, and guess what year I was born in?
Ah, yes.
But anyways, so
my brother's the same way. He just turned 63, like literally within the last month.
I learned how to drive a truck. I took a course at the Toronto Truck Academy. And this is before you even knew how to use air brakes. But then over the years, I've driven this and that, tow motors and dump trucks, and taking trucks from the garage over to the food terminal across the street, things like that. But I've never driven a trailer. Never. And
never pulled a trailer.
I was going to take a course and everything, and I'm glad I didn't, because I couldn't have pulled my trailer anyways with my car. I bought the car and then I bought the trailer. I should have been more thoughtful to myself. But yeah, no, it would scare the shit out of me. I've seen too many movies. Too many Robin Williams movies.
Oh yeah. And so I'm gonna go up and talk to them today about it. Show them my pictures.
You got to take it over, or?
Well, they're basically. I'm a little worried going camping an hour away, and to get to this trailer place is almost an hour away. So I'm gonna go one way or the other. If I'm gonna drive it, would be more. I'd be leaning more towards going to the repair shop than going.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I hope you work at it.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'll find out after the show. From there.
I could just pitch a tent in my backyard.
Yeah. Well, I could do the same thing.
Oh, yes, you can. Right in the forest.
Correct. Yeah, we can go in where the moose is.
I wouldn't go anywhere, dude. You got that view. You just leave the trailer there. Your grandkids are there. Your dogs are there. Why do you have to go anywhere?
Yeah, I know, eh? Yeah, because we have lots of crickets and frogs that
Once-
make noise.
Once I bought my trailer, I knew I wasn't going to go anywhere. There was no point of, I mean, I should have gotten something smaller, but there was no point of going anywhere. Everything I wanted and needed was right there.
Yeah.
McDonald's 20 minutes away, restaurants just up the road, water everywhere. You know,
Yeah.
no bears though. Now I have bears.
Now you have bears.
I have breakfast with the bear and my
You
birds.
had coyotes.
Now and then, yep.
Yeah.
I heard them not too long ago. It's a hub of activity in the forest here. You can hear the trains. I mean, we get several trains go through town every day.
Oh yeah. And how's
Especially-
the bears? Bears still wandering around in the and into the convenience store for
Fish have been seen wandering with Mom. There's a really big lady with 4 cubs walking around town somewhere.
we have a mother with 2 fawns here.
Did they ever come up to you?
No. The son-in-law actually he got a picture of one of the babies laying in the grass.
Oh,
So like literally he got there just shortly after it was born.
I've been entertaining the youngins, the chippies, the new ones,
Chippies.
the little guys, right?
Yeah.
And they're, pretty smart. They come running. I walk out the door and they come running. The birds come flying at me. And they are actually getting very close. They stand right above me on the roof, and I throw nuts up to them. Yeah.
We had turkeys. We haven't seen them in
I've had
probably
turkeys
last
here.
week.
Yeah,
We had them for the longest time. They're coming in.
And pheasants. I had pheasants on my lawn. Pheasants? No. What's the Christmas bird?
Turkey?
No.
Oh, the partridge.
Partridges. I had partridges, and they're huge.
Yeah.
And we've got, of course, the bullies, the robins. I haven't seen any blue jays yet. We got lots of chickadees and sterlings and stuff.
Yeah.
But I've been sitting out playing with the raven and the crows, and they're getting real close, Al.
Are they?
I have vowed that I am going to have one talking to me and eating it out of my hand by the end of this summer.
My mom used to get them to walk right up to her. She would feed them grapes.
Well, I get peanuts.
Oh yeah. And they would come right up to her with these grapes.
I've started. I put them on the railing, and then I sit down, and they just come over and they sit there and they eat them in front of me.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes they take them and they put them in the grass for later. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I put apples out for them the other day because I didn't finish it.
Did you?
And it didn't. No.
I
I had a rotten apple that I threw out into the driveway, and it was still there in the morning. I honestly thought a bear or a coyote or something would have grabbed it.
Yeah, I usually take if we've got apples that are starting to get old, then I'll take them out back, give them to the deer.
Yeah, apples. I'll throw an egg into the woods if I've got an old egg. Instead of just throwing it in the garbage, I'll toss it in. Something will eat it. Maybe it'll plant a chicken or something.
Maybe. Go back and you'll find yourself a chicken tree.
There's stuff going on that we should chat about. One of the stories that caught my attention is there's a dispensary, and I don't remember where it is. Do you, Al?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's his. Wait a sec, I'm pulling up the article. You didn't give me forewarning.
No. Hang on first.
I was reading this article this morning, and you won't believe what happened.
Tell me.
Okay, well, we are going to tell you. Yeah, Health Canada.
Health Canada again.
Yeah.
Where is this?
Collingwood.
Collingwood. Yeah, that figures. Collingwood is a tourist trap. And it's a family tourist trap. So there's I see Al's pulling the story up.
Boy, they ever look small.
I know that's really, but you can go like this, Al.
Okay. So there you go. You can see the headline: Health Canada orders Ontario cannabis store to remove the colorful mural.
Yeah, when stores started opening, there was a influx of people trying to do things to promote, and Health Canada does not allow any cannabis display of anything. And so it makes sense that it would be Collingwood because, like I said, it's a family tourist trap.
The it's because the murals and the pictures can be enticing to children.
Correct.
Is the complaint from Health Canada. The owners of the store said that they will comply with the change.
Well, they have to. The license will get sold.
Now, there's people who are quoted in the article that are just locals who think it's great as far as the way that it was done. They say it looks much better now than what it looked like before. They called it. It said it used to be a crack house.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's great, and if you want to take a few steps back in time, there's still clubs in Toronto, bars that have done the same kind of thing. Lee's Palace, for one, is famous for their murals. That have beer and alcohol references painted on their walls.
Yeah.
Should we not be able to have cannabis references as well?
You can actually, we reported this on the news yesterday, and Cindy, what she did was she brought up the Liquor Control Board's website and went in and showed us beverages that had cartoon characters on them.
Right. Like they fucking sell Jell-O shots in the liquor store. Is Jell-O not synonymous with children? If you have a burger place, are you not allowed to put burgers on your walls? Rosalie, no, out, go.
So yeah, they have had offers from artists to help them out.
Oh, awesome.
To change things.
Put pot leaves on the whole building.
Well, that's the thing. They could maybe take some of those characters off and put something else on there that isn't child related. Now, as far as being a cannabis leaf, I don't see why not.
I've seen stories over the last few years where a dispensary has had a leaf in their signage, and they've been told to remove.
True.
And as well as they're loosening up a little bit. I mean, if they're allowing you to not have covered windows now, as long as
that's where I was going to go.
Product is not displayed, that kind of thing. You out.
So see what happens down the road. I know that as far as
we say that a lot, don't we?
Yeah. I know as far as the news end of things, we're going to be keeping an eye on that.
I as well.
There we go. we'll keep an eye on it and see what happens. See if they bring up the transformation of it and what it comes up with next. If they can't leave an issue in advertising, then what about bongs?
I remember, when the Smoke-Free Ontario Act came along, and they stopped allowing advertising of cigarettes. They also stopped advertising of alcohol and beer. But now the alcohol and beer advertisers are showing up everywhere again. When legalization first took hold, they weren't allowed to, dispensaries and LPs producers weren't allowed. But yet, if you went down to Budweiser stage, Tweed had a huge booth there for recruiting at the concerts.
Mm-hmm.
They had advertising for Tweed. All you drive, this, you come down the garden, and there was ads everywhere. Posters and billboards and cannabis this and cannabis that. They stopped that real quick.
Yeah, because the advertising rules.
But yet you're allowed to advertise alcohol
with a sexy girl on it,
or a baseball player.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, there's another story about a dispensary who developed a bong that was in the same shape as the FIFA.
Correct.
Cup.
Yes.
And they've been demanded by FIFA to destroy it.
They received a cease and
desist order,
order from FIFA. And bong, and they cut it up, and they sent pictures of it to the lawyer to prove what they had done. Now, big question though. That he got it made, but that place made it, so they sold it to him. So did that company who produced it, did they get a cease and desist order, or just the guy that had it for sale?
I've been the victim of a cease and desist order, and it is the entity that created it. Just like copyright and music, if you create it, you own it. Right?
So he got them to make it. He got a company to make it. He got the order, and he's cut it all up. And as he says, he has received more publicity over this FIFA Cup than he could ever pay for, because it's been covered. It's been covered not only in local papers, but obviously in an international way as well, because it was in the U.S. meeting.
And I guarantee you, this was planned out every step of the way.
How's the news? Yeah. There could have been, who knows? Maybe that's what he did. That's why he only had one or two of them were made.
I get it. That's their copyrighted thing. And FIFA has been very, very, very open about the fact that they are not associating or allowing anything cannabis anywhere near the event, be it here in Toronto or here in Ontario or in PEI or wherever else, Nova Scotia, wherever else they're playing. I believe they're playing in every province, right?
Right.
I think they are anyways. I don't know. But wherever they are, they have said no cannabis advertising, but I'm sure there's alcohol.
Yeah. Something else for us to watch out for here in Ontario is that a strike. Union
Another-
warns of possible Ontario cannabis store labor action as negotiations continue. They were to meet yesterday. Now, this is not the warehouse staff, right, as it was in British Columbia.
Is this not the union that's doing this?
This is the union, but the union isn't the warehouse staff. That's run by a third party. It's run by a third party, and those employees are not unionized.
But it's the cannabis union that's doing this now.
Let me tell you, this is who they are.
Is it Teamsters? I think it's
Ontario Public Service employees. So OPSU.
Okay. Yeah.
It's OPSU. It says here warns of ongoing investigations. The OPSU represents a Pacific bargaining unit of employees at the Ontario Cannabis Retail Corporation. They say on April 22nd, the OCS and OPSU ratified the first collective agreement. It spanned 3 years. This is on dates here. Okay, so unlike in BC, where it was severely impacted the distribution, Ontario's centralized wholesale distribution warehouse is operated by a third-party contractor whose workers are not unionized. The bargaining unit consists largely of frontline corporate and contact center personnel, while management is excluded. Various roles are governed by OPSU. So it's not the warehouse people that's going to be. So I can see there's going to be disruptions, but I can't see stores going empty like they did in British Columbia.
People have spent millions of dollars to open these businesses, and then I understand it's about wages, it's about this, it's about that. The minute unions get involved,
I've been on both sides. I've been management and I've been a union employee. So.
I've never been in a union. I've never been in a shop that's unionized. But I get it. They're looking out for their employees,
Yeah. So, but so we'll see what happens on that end of things. What kind of disruptions? I don't think the article says what kind of disruptions that could happen.
It's going to destroy more businesses, right? How long can you actually stay in business if everybody's striking around you? Look at what's going on with Canada Post. They've been striking on and off for 2 years now, probably, right? Yeah. Maybe longer. And now they've decided that they're going to back things up a little bit. They're taking away home delivery. So there's going to be mailboxes in your area that you'll have to go to now. Yeah. Here we have a post office and they've got the mailboxes there.
Yeah, I walk out to the mailbox.
You probably got a little flag that's on your box.
No, ours is broken, and the flag is meant for the mailman to pick up mail.
Yep.
Mail's not. The flag isn't meant to let you know that mail's in the mailbox. Some people
sure it is, because if you put it up and they come and get mail and then they put your mail in there, then they put it down so you know there's mail there now.
You're supposed to put it up if you put mail in there, and they're supposed to pick up the mail. That was during one of the recent strikes that they were talking about that. A lot of people had it confused. But we'll see what happens with the strike, if there is one. I'm not sure what happened yesterday. Actually, I haven't even didn't have time to check the news. I was dealing with other stuff this morning. So, and I guess the last thing in the news that we should mention that's affected here in Canada, the Cannabis Council of Canada has suspended operations.
Yeah, like so many other really good groups. The money's not there anymore, and because of legalization, people just don't feel like they want to or they should have to donate to a cause that's not going to do anything.
Or I'm not sure what all they're into, but like the rallies and events, it just sort of.
Well, let's use MUM as an example. MUM, Maritimers Unite for Medical Marijuana, have been around a long time, working with parents and other patients and informing people on proper cannabis and blah 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 blah. And they're even having a hard time because people aren't coming to their fundraising events. So it's really a matter of cannabis is illegal.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying cannabis is legal in Canada. What else do you want?
Correct. Yeah, exactly. That's what we hear all the time.
Which is kind of Health Canada's doing, because they don't even recognize they've been forced into a medical program.
Yes.
But the Canadian government does not recognize cannabis as a medical product.
Correct.
It is as far as Health Canada and the Canadian government, it is a recreational product. And that's the way they treat it. And that's the way they want to treat it. And if they could wipe out the medical end of things, they would, but they can't because it's under court order now, right?
Yeah. The Cannabis Council of Canada, they said, their members don't have enough money,
right,
to pay for their lobbying services.
And this is, I think, what they were trying to be is the entity between the people and the government.
Correct. Exactly.
Right? Which there are a lot of entities out there. There's a lot of groups and associations in the States that are doing that now in the States because they're going through what we went through, 8 years ago now.
Yeah.
Has it been that long now? How long has it been?
8 years. 2018. Wow. 8 years. So. Now, the council's
sleeping?
Yeah. The council's president, he said in an interview last week that the organization has been calling on Ottawa to establish a national strategy for eradicating the unregulated cannabis market. And that's basically what they're blaming it on.
Yep, they're blaming it on the black market, the indigenous market, and any other market that isn't regulated by Health Canada.
Yeah. Their council represented cannabis producers and processors. What else? He says one of the biggest reasons is because they're trying to compete against illicit products. They're eating up market share and they're driving down price, and the margins are already razor thin, according to the president.
What can you do, though? I mean, this is the path that is going to be. We still don't know where things are going to go. I mean, they're chained. Canada, the government, Health Canada, is making changes. They have smell packages now. You can swish and get the odor of your cannabis. You can see through a window now in the packaging, and those were all shunned. Just like, no, you can't see it, smell it, touch it, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, I know. It's like poison. Oh, you smell
Don't touch it.
It was worse than poison. They can buy poison off the shelf. Yeah. Let's see what else. What else they say here. Yeah, they want them to change things at Canada Post, delivery companies, to clamp down on product going through the mail.
Yeah, I mean, how can you do that? It is legal to send cannabis through the mail now. The government is doing it. LPs are doing it. How do you control this person can, that person can't? I've gone to the post office and the lady said to me, "Here's your smelly package." We laughed and I laughed. They know where I live.
Yeah.
But I mean, because it's now you would know.
Can send it. You can send your legal amount through the mail.
Well, this is what I'm getting at. Like you'd know that. I mean, it's legal for a patient to send another patient through the mail, right? Technically.
Yeah, there was a ruling, something to do at one point about that. Courtroom sections 4 and section 5 and was dropped that would allow basically patients to share amongst themselves. I remember, and some of the dispensaries at the time, way back then, were using that as a way to operate.
Right.
So,
well, the old school guys were only places like Calm and Justin Lau's place there.
TCC.
Yeah, and they were only allowing verified by your doctor that you may use cannabis. Whether or not you went as far as getting licensed from Health Canada or not was your business. But in most cases, back when all this started, you go to a dispensary with a letter from your doctor, and they say, "Sure, here you go."
Yeah, exactly. The if you're already licensed by Health Canada, a compassion center would take your card, your Health Canada card, as proof of your medical use, because you obviously proved it to get the card, right? So they always accept that, and some
but you know,
the members.
Back in the earlier days, we didn't have cards. We had Section 56 or a letter. You know, the dispensaries that I went to back then had their own form that you could go take to your doctor, and your doctor, if he signed it, they're good to go. You know, once your doctor says, yes, you can use cannabis, fuck Health Canada. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I know, but the Health Canada didn't feel that way.
Correct.
People got busted for that because they started their gardens early, or they're waiting for the license to come in.
Yep.
And I hear my dog barking.
So it's nice to be able to have 4 plants, and and there's really nothing anybody can do about it in Canada. Yeah. There's a few provinces that don't allow it, but here in Ontario, we're good.
All right. Why don't you start up a song, and I will go deal with my dog.
Okay. So I got a question for you before you leave.
Okay.
You ever had an toke?
Yeah, I have. They hurt. They're a bitch.
Why? I got an toke. Now I'm seeing red. You hit me so fast, stars spun in my head. I blinked and cursed, hands on my face, tears on the floor. I lost my place. Oh, that one hurt right in the eye. I said, hold up. You said, my bad. Why? I took, that one hurt, man. I took, I can't see right now. I took, why you swing so wild? I took, got me squinting now. I'm dabbing my cheek, walking all slow. One bad moment and the whole room knows I need some ice. I need a break. You got me laughing through the pain you made. Oh, that one hurt right in the eye. I said, hold up. You said, my bad. Why? I took, that one hurt, man. I can't see right now. I took, why you swing so wide? I took, got me squinting now.
you know. I took down her man. I took, I can see right now. I know how you swing so wild. I took, got me squinting now.
I did that song after I got an toke.
Did you?
Motherfucker.
They can hurt.
Well, I got another song that we'll play next week called Don't Rub Your Eyes. Or no, Don't Touch Your Eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Yeah, you did. I remember that.
Or rubbing their eye. I've done that. I'm trimming away and I'm like, oh, I'm so tired of this trimming. And I'm like, I don't like trimming. I should have bought a trimmer a while ago.
Oh, hand trimmer.
I don't like trimming.
It's
arduous.
I have access to electric trimmer.
Hey Al.
Yo.
What do you got to review today?
Today. Well,
did you see this one? Did you see this one? Did you see that one? Did you see it?
This picture?
Yes.
No, this is the first time I've seen it. Here, let me blow it up so I can see it. Oh yeah. Cartridges, hash, weed, butter, fecal, cannabis oil. Okay, let's see today. I had an issue where my battery for my cart, the base had pulled out of it. The wires hanging out in the whole bit. So I posted it online with the grumpy face on it. And a fellow I know that was one of the stores in Campbell for me said stop in, and so I went over and talking to the employees over there about the different batteries that are available and the companies and similarities and so on and so forth. So I picked one out. It looked like a volcano vaporizer. And
a little one?
Yeah, it just looked like a little volcano vaporizer. You know, it had a wide bottom on it, nail top, buttons are on it, so you can turn it on and off. And you put your cart down inside the center where you would put your buds. So I got it home, got it all charged, pulled my cart off my battery, went to stick it in the hole, and found out it doesn't fit.
The cart was wrong.
The cart, the glass, the diameter of the cart wouldn't fit down in the hole in order for me to reach the threads to use it.
So you had to get a new cart.
Well, that's the thing. Like this cart, this is the cart. This is a 1 gram cart, and it wouldn't fit.
Because it's
the employee looked at it and thought it must have been 1.5 grams or 2 gram cart.
Yeah.
And I said, as far as I know, it's only 1 gram. And I got the package here, and it is only 1 gram. So I thought, well, does that mean if I keep this battery, do I have to watch out what kind of cart, what style of cart? And I can't see the cart until I open the package. So I could end up buying carts that
you've got. There's 2 sizes that I've seen that are available quite readily.
Yeah.
And then you've got your ones that are specifically made for this unit or that unit, right?
Correct. So I just thought, okay, I gotta go back. It's flush mounted.
Yeah.
Not one that's down inside of a hole. So that's what I did.
You got a new one.
Yeah, I got one from Red Eye Glass. Right here. So you can and Red Eye Glass bongs years ago. So okay, it's similar. You know, it's made by the same people as far as I'm concerned. The only it's got a slightly different, less design. So instead of saying it's the cart or the battery's fault, I'm gonna say as far as why the wires pulled out.
I'd say you shouldn't have dropped it.
Leaked
No.
into the battery.
And that happens a lot. The
It
cheaper carts, unfortunately, will sometimes leak. I mean, they all will. You know.
Well, I know one store. They give a 7-day guarantee. If it plugs up or leaks in 7 days, bring it back.
You mentioned that last week.
Yeah.
I have some potluck, and but I can't remember what strain it is. I opted for. I do remember that it had, I think, 268 THC and 0.75 of the CBD, and it's a sativa. So I can't remember what it's called, but it's quite uplifting.
Is it?
I don't usually get a sativa these days. Usually I go with a hybrid.
Yeah, I try to stay away from the sativas myself.
I needed an up. I was getting couch locked.
Oh yeah.
Even with the Pineapple Express, I was getting couch locked, and it just, yeah, I get sick of it sometimes. So mushrooms and a sativa, it is.
I'm adjusting my camera.
I see that.
Well, I find when I had the camera over here and I looked over at you, it looks like I'm looking away from you. So I thought, well, hey, I might as well move the camera over top of you. So when I'm looking at you, it makes me look like I'm looking at the camera.
What?
Oh, I know what. Okay. Did I talk about last week? Did I talk about the hash?
Oh, you got more stuff.
Hash that
you tell that, and I'm going to go get the package so I can tell you what strain I got.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So south of me in Campbellford, and it's
Smoke hash in the house?
No, I smoked it outside with some friends.
And you're using your Apple?
No, I couldn't. I couldn't use the Apple, and that was I was trying to use this hash is a blonde hash that's not, let's say, like gooey. It's not gooey. It's more. Yeah, it's more crumble. Correct. Yeah. It's more crumbly. So it's basically 31% THC, 0.2% on the CBD, and it is 4% on the CD end of things. So I have smoked it when it failed to stick to the dewdrop.
Yeah.
I just took that and put it in a paper. Yeah, it wasn't a very big joint, but it was still a joint, and it burned nonstop from beginning to end. Tasted good. Didn't have to put any filler in it. It was just straight hot. Other than having the paper. Yeah.
Well, that's just compressed keef.
Yeah. So it says pressed. Yeah.
How much for how much?
I remember.
Because I pay $35 for Vortex Black hash that's reliable, and it's 2 grams.
Yeah, I can't remember what I paid for it.
Does it say how many grams are in there?
Yeah, it's 2 grams.
Okay, good. So probably about $35-$40.
Somewhere in there, probably.
I've seen the blonde listed. They have it here. But like I said, I usually get the Vortex. I like the Vortex. This is what I have here, Al. It's actually strawberry cough. And it's 23 THC and 0.07 the cover.
Yeah.
Or a strawberry cover. Doesn't taste like strawberry. Puffs up nice. Two nugs.
Does it?
Two nice sized not nice sized nugs will get you 4 Ds. Like nice, like your size.
What? I'm looking up the stuff here at a store in town, but I'm not seeing this package. Yeah.
I've been trying different strains just to mix it up a little bit. I hate smoke the same shit all the time.
So yeah, as far as product reviews, I'm done. You can take that off the screen. Done. There we go. One thing we should mention, I see we're getting the last minute, is music by Al. Music by AI. This coming Thursday night, I'm going to release a hour's worth of music, 60 minutes of nonstop AI music that you and I have created, and give an hour worth of music with no commercials in it. There's a station identification in it. Everything, basically, the music is AI created. There is
not all of it, because there is some writing and there is some pushing and manipulating and all that.
Completely agree with you.
I say it's 2 owls with an assist from AI.
Yeah, and so that music's going to be released this coming Thursday night. Cool. At 10 o'clock, and then next time I put another set together, I'll release it as well.
Cool. You can also
14 songs.
Check out the channel on YouTube as well.
Yeah.
Or as I like to say, here's the other one I made.
Like and share us.
I like this one better.
Even the host of the show is an AI host. It's
got a sample?
Not loaded up. Just give me a second and I'll go grab one.
Should be prepared, Al.
I should have
While
had it
he's
ready.
doing that, I just want to throw one more news thing. Massachusetts has okayed medical marijuana legalization, not medical, but marijuana legalization repeal initiative on the November ballot. So that's I assume that's a good thing for Massachusetts. Now, the only reason that popped out on me is because I spent the first year of my life in Boston, Massachusetts, because my dad was finishing his doctorate up at Harvard. So my mom and my dad and I, this is before my sister, my mom and dad and I, after they adopted me, they shipped me off to the U.S. where I lived with my parents. And,
So were you a dual citizen?
no, my mom is, though.
Oh, yeah.
My mom was born in New York, and she always she didn't have dual citizenship. She was a Canadian citizen, but she has a U.S. Birth certificate.
Right. Right. Okay, so here's that little blurb about the music example of this. So here we go. Music by Al.
Music by Al, yeah. Music by Al.
There we go.
Yeah, I like that. I had not seen that.
Oh, hadn't you? Hadn't you?
I had not seen that one. At least I don't remember seeing it. I saw the other ones that you used your in the first episode.
Yeah. Yeah. And actually, that was the intro for the Hi Guys.
Yeah,
And I put these all together to create that. Blues music, country rock.
So
Ashley
each
Fowler
episode, each volume will be a different genre. Is that it?
will have a different genre as far as opening music to it.
Okay.
And in order so people don't get things confused, the song is the same song, and the video for the intro will be that same video that we just watched, but the music will change.
And I also want to mention I'm going to start adding songs that I like that I've heard on Suno that aren't ours as well at some point.
Yeah. Now, did you video our songs out in audio on, like, whatever you call it?
I
an audio version of Music by Al, basically.
Right, but it's everything lumped that I can just turn on and let it play.
Let it play.
As long
Yeah,
as I
exactly.
want, as opposed to an orchestrated playlist. It's just a random. And basically, I'm using the software that I used to run the station in, Sam Broadcaster. So I can put commercials in there and run it as if it was 420 radio back in the day, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And instead of getting slapped with the notice that, hey, you're using music from the commercial end of things, we have our own music for creating new.
Well, you know, this is the thing that I like is because of copyright, we can't play any mainstream music like we did. I've been playing mainstream music for 15, 18 years before they started saying, no, you can't do that unless you pay us. I tried other ways of being able to do that through other sites, but then they pay your royalties, and I have no problem doing that. But they pay your royalties with your membership, but it's confined to their website.
Correct. Yeah.
So with creating our own music or inviting other independent artists who put stuff out to be included in our playlist, that's the only way. I mean, it's about the music and the conversation and being able to listen to what we want to listen to, and it's gotten very restrictive. Now, saying that, if you have a problem with AI, that's your problem, not mine. I am a photographer. I am a musician. I can play. I can take pictures. I've been doing graphics and websites for 40 years, and I use it as I embraced Photoshop back in the day. It's another tool to create, right? A lot of people are dumping on AI because of
I can see why.
The whole environmental issue, the whole copyright thing, mimicking other artists, recreating other artists' music. There are some artists that are embracing it. Timberland is very big on Suno. He's probably a partner. And Suno, if you do some digging, it's owned by a major record label.
Oh, is it? That's interesting.
They're also in a they've been in a copyright war with record labels and stuff like that. And they've come to an agreement. So the next, I was just reading an article about it. The next batch or version is going to be more restrictive as far as you're not going to be able to mimic other artists. Okay?
Yeah. I haven't tried to do anything like that.
Neither have I.
I just want some tunes that we can play that you don't get in trouble for. So
exactly. And now I've been playing with the
make an educational. You can make songs educational. Exactly. The one you got lined up there, cannabinoids.
Yeah, and I have been doing promos that we chop up and use in certain things, like Al's done here with the AI stuff or with the video there. So it's for me, it's a tool. Environmentally speaking, do I have a problem with it? A lot of people say that they're using so many resources and so much environmental and the water and because these stations of computers have to be super cooled. These data centers in the Arctic, because ice, right? Natural resources, water, and they recycle the water. You know, it's like the same kind of idea that nuclear plant, they recycle the water that they use, right, to make the steam in the reactors. So, you know, whatever your opinion is, I respect that. But, you know, let's follow along, shall we? This is the new thing. I mean, it's here. It's not going anywhere. And this is just the beginning.
Oh, it is just the beginning. Oh, there's no doubt. There's going to be all kinds of movies out. There's already hits on the AI thing. Actually, the conservative government, like Pierre Poilievre's party, the Conservative Party there.
Yeah.
They've just released an AI ad.
There are some major movie people out there who are actively or have already made full AI movies,
Yeah.
and they're getting slack for it. There are other movie people who are against it, you know.
Mhm.
But it's a tool. It's not like when I create something, I'm using different venues, right? I bounce back and forth, but I mean, so what used to take me a month to create in Photoshop takes 3 minutes now
Yeah.
with the help. And you know, you're still, if you want to be exact in what you get, if you want your words there that you want to put there where you want to put them, you can do that. If you want to let it write everything for you, put in a topic, botinga. If you don't even want to put in a topic, you can let it do it.
I did that. My first song.
I have as well. But
Yeah.
if you set your parameters, add things where you want to add them, like I must have had some interaction there to create something with actual facts about the Karma Cup.
Karma Cup, or I do the ones on the home shows or the expo
or even
the rallies.
I did one that will play maybe next week, the story of 420 Radio. I'm doing this a long time. You know, I did one about Pace as well. I don't know if you listened to it. But
talking about songs.
Sometimes I can't stop.
Help! I get a message. Help! Why don't you play the song there that you're telling me about earlier, cannabinoids?
Yep.
And then we'll come back and we'll chat before we close things down, and we'll go from there.
Alrighty.
So, cannabinoids, strange little messengers, born in a plant and also inside you. Your body already hums with them, endocannabinoids, quietly keeping score of hunger, of heat, of hurt, of how chilled you feel on a Sunday. These plant cousins slip in, sit down in the same chairs, the same receptors. CB1 in your busy brain, CB2 in your tired immune cells like guests. Using your own front door. They turn the volume up, they turn the volume down on pain, on panic, on appetite, on sleep that never quite arrives. Cannabinoids don't shout, they lean in and whisper too much, too little. Let's bring this back to somewhere in the middle. THC, the loud one at the party, clings to CB1, bends colors, stretches minutes, often sharp corners. Sometimes pushes too far hard, thoughts chasing their tails. CBD, quieter, keeps its distance, nudges from the side, eases the edge of worry, of inflammation, lets your own chemistry do the talking. They wander through your gut, tuning appetite through your spine, dampening that deep dull ache, whisper to your memory, to your mood, to that ancient reflex that says danger. Even in a safe room, they turn the volume up, they turn the volume down on pain, on panic, on appetite, on sleep that never quite arrives. Cannabinoids don't shout, they lean in and whisper too much, too little. Let's bring this back to somewhere in the middle. And here's the twist. Too much turning, too much tinkering can cloud a sharp mind, can took a habit can trip a fragile heart. Steady. Any shift in one receptor changes a whole day. They turn the volume up, they turn the volume down on pain, on panic, on appetite, on sleep that finally arrives. Don't shout, they lean in on this too little today. Let's meet in the middle.
There you go. Like, just exactly what we were talking about before you played the song. Songs can be educational.
Well, yeah, and they can, you know,
and enjoyable.
Music has always been a big part of my life. And
I was never a singer. I never played in any instruments really, but I always enjoyed listening.
I took guitar lessons when I was a kid. I played the trumpet in the school band in high school. I've got a couple of guitars. I've got a keyboard. I mean, I've got a garage band, you know, create stuff. And I've been using that to create music and intros and advertising stuff for, as you know, for what we've been doing, as well as lifestyle radio stuff. So,
hey, look at that!
What?
I can hit the play button on the screen instead of your phone. Or the screen, the button share on the screen.
Now, so that was my attempt at trying to do a spoken word monologue more than a song, and I've done it with a couple of different ones, and they always seem to go from speaking and morphing into music.
Oh yeah,
right.
Speaking to turn into singing.
Somewhat, yeah.
Yeah. No, it's come in handy. There's no doubt about that. So.
Well, you know what? It's become a bit of therapy for me, because I mean I like being able to create my own music. I've been trying to do it for years and years and years and years. I've got books and books of stuff, lyrics and titles that I've been writing down. You know, and like I said earlier, I mean, it's fun to be able to manipulate things. Like I've got tracks that I've inserted my voice into.
Oh yes.
You know, I've done one where I'm actually whistling.
Yeah, you did one where you sang. Like it's not like you had to speak into it.
I put my voice in, and then Suno auto tunes me, and you know,
and turn it into a song.
I don't have it loaded, or I would play something, but I find that very interesting. You know, I mean, look, you know, people have been doing dubbing and overdubbing, and I started when Dan the Man there on Much Music started playing his video shows, and then it moved to CBC or something like that. But Dan, what was his name? He was one of the first VJs down at Much Music.
Okay. I can always think is Steve, the blonde hair guy.
Yeah,
he
Steve Anthony.
Yeah. I think he went to the same school as me or my sister, one of us.
Humble and Fred are still around. They're all around.
Yeah.
But my point is, they used to have video shows where you would watch the weekly videos. This is before 24/7 music.
Correct.
Station,
yeah.
right? And I would sit there with 2 VCRs and make my own collection of these songs.
Oh yeah,
Right.
I always the cartoon versions of them. I always called them adult cartoons.
Well, I mean, you could way back when cassettes came out, when 8-tracks came out, the industry just went, wait a minute, because people were recording.
Yeah.
You know,
you couldn't record records, record to record.
Oh, fuck yeah.
No.
Yeah, I guess you can.
But you know,
not record to record, no, but record to tape.
Correct. Oh yeah, we did that. Yeah, and that was a big thing. It's the same as synthesizers.
Well, you know, I think back then the thinking was more, I bought it. If I want to fucking record it, I'm going to record it. I mean, a lot of people would buy an album. I used to buy albums and record them so that I wouldn't scratch up the fucking album. I want to listen to those albums, and I do have those pieces. The sound, I have a turntable. I've never used it. The sound, I don't have any albums anymore. But the sound from a good turntable is high quality, fidelity, as we used to call it, and it's different. It captures things differently. It's not digital at all. The technology now is much better. But
I remember when even DVDs came, CDs came in, people were complaining about the sound quality not being the same as the records.
And when MIDI came along, people complained with sampling and things like that. And now, I mean, sampling is a normal thing for a musician to use. You know, look at what Pink Floyd, that all their sound generating equipment and sampling and all that, and all our old favorite Pink Floyd songs.
You know, us talking about recording on direct or onto tapes and using tapes, would that be like us sitting around listening to our parents learning about the new first television shows that were released? First time TV was used.
I don't remember the first concert that I saw on TV.
No concerts.
See, my mom's boyfriend's cousin and him had a production studio where they would make props and things like that for TV. And then his cousin was a videographer and had a studio set up. So I used to get the old equipment. So I had a lot of equipment like that to play with back then. And I actually studied multimedia and photography in college. So
hey, you made it to college, so
I didn't finish.
I didn't even get to the end of high school.
Dyslexia and ADHD got the better of me, and the bar. Spending my day in the bar, not in class.
Oh, well, I never even got to that point.
I was getting 90s and 95s in my studio classes and my practical stuff, actually working with film and stuff like that. But my academics were just.
Yeah. You preferred hands-on practical work versus sitting down and doing.
I enjoy being in a greenhouse, in a light room, in a dark room, working with.
Yeah, you preferred the hands-on versus sitting in a classroom style, having to take notes and studying. And
yeah, my brain don't work that way.
The same way. Yeah,
you know,
I preferred the hands-on.
I've always it's a right brain thing. I think, is it right brain or left brain?
I don't know.
One side of my brain, and it only works one side at a time. So.
All right. If we got anything else offhand?
No, it's time for you to go and see how much your trailer is going to cost you.
Yeah.
That sucks,
buddy. It does. Fuck, it does it ever. So,
and hi, B. I didn't mean to ignore you.
Yep. I sent a message. Hi.
I see you've just discovered that you can talk back.
talk back?
In the chat.
Oh, well, I've always sent comments back, but that's the first time that I seen my name as a destination, like from StreamYard, being listed on a location where it went. I'm used to seeing it go to all our regular destinations, but yeah, that's the first time.
They've made some changes.
Still no playlists though, eh? All kinds. I see all kinds of updates and improvements. Yes, yes, and there's some there I haven't even looked at yet. Lots I haven't even looked at. But
Well,
no
it was sold, so a new company is running it.
Yeah.
You know, it's, I don't know. I like it. There's a lot of things that it will do that really don't impact what we're doing.
Correct. Yeah.
And aren't needed for us. It'd be nice to shut some of those things off that you don't want to use, because this thing is so much. It's so power hungry. It isn't funny. You know.
No, I just basically use it as I've always used it before all those additional things are added.
But there's some things that they've incorporated that I don't mind using.
Yeah, I see there's create backgrounds.
Yes. There's you know, like I said, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Alrighty, guy. Well, I should get going. Have take the dog out for a walk. Even though she's been outside the whole time during the broadcast, she'll still want to go for a walk with me. She'll wait. She waits for me to go for a walk.
I have to go and bring my garbage pail in because the garbage guys just went by.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, you have a good time going to the end of your driveway and getting your garbage can.
It's my exercise for the day.
Okay. And I'm going to go walk the dog and then go talk to some people.
To talk to some people about talking to some people about talking to some people.
That's right.
Have a good day, Al.
All right. You have a good day, Al. And good day to all our viewers. You guys have a good day as well. And we'll see you all next week.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
I was in a big city, 2,000 miles from home. Saw an old buddy I used to know at a music festival, waiting for a show. Said, you know, I know a guy, if you wanna get stoned. I know a guy. If you wanna get high, he's a little bit shy, but he can change your mind. So come on and try, and you'll see why. He's a little bit shy, but I know a guy. I know a guy. If you wanna get high, he's a little bit shy, but he can change your mind. So come on and try, and you'll see why. He's a little bit shy, but I know a guy. Well, we did a little dance and we did a little drinking. Didn't take too long, and I got to thinking how good it would be to be a little more
said, you know, I know a guy if you wanna get fried. I know a guy
If you wanna get high,
he's a little bit shy,
but he can change your mind,
so come on and try.
and you'll see why.
He's a little bit shy,
But I know a guy.
hey, I know a guy.
If you wanna get high,
He's a little bit shy,
but he can change your mind,
so come on and try.
and you'll see why.
He's a little bit shy.
But I know a guy.
You should have seen the look on my face when I saw his face, when he saw the look on my face, when he turned and he saw those blue lights are shining in the rearview mirror, when I heard that voice come over the intercom, and he said,
Boys, what you doing?
I said, you know, officer,
I know a guy.
I know a guy.
If you wanna get high,
He's a little bit shy,
but he can change your mind,
so come on and try.
and you'll see why.
He's a little bit shy,
But I know a guy.
hey, I know a guy.
If you wanna get high,
He's a little bit shy,
but he can change your mind,
so come on and try.
and you'll see why.
He's a little bit shy.
But I know a guy.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at Pace Radio.
Broadcasts are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, June 23rd, 2026. Hey, did you see my little add-on I did to the hat?
Oh, you put the button on.
Oh, and it's
Oh,
a
no, you
genuine
added on
conch.
that. Very cool.
I put a real
love it.
conch on there. Slow and steady. Going to be
love
like turning it into something really awesome, I hope.
It already is.
Oh, yeah, what am I saying? You're right, it is. Something even more awesomer.
It's going to be awesomer. Awesomer.
Is awesomer a word?
It is now.
How you doing today?
I am doing okay. I'm just clicking buttons because I shared a couple stories with you in the private chat. I'm doing okay. I'm doing good. What is today? Today is Tuesday. It is raining like a crazy person here today. It's making my arthritis go crazy, and I've actually had to turn the heat on June 23rd.
January.
January is right. That's exactly what it feels like.
Wow. Well, we've
Yeah.
got sun poking out a little bit. It was a little bit cloudier earlier, but we got sun poking out now, which is pretty cool.
Nice.
I'd be digging it.
Yeah, I bet.
So there's been some developments today. You know, we were going to have Katie on. We may still have Katie on, but it's don't you find it interesting that we were going to be discussing toxic supply and overdosing and what's going on, and I have to read this because I sent Katie a message a few minutes ago. What, about 15
Yeah,
minutes?
reminding her that, go click the link. We're waiting for you.
Yeah, we're waiting for you to come in. And she sent me a message back saying, dealing with an overdose. Sorry, I'll call you right back. And then we waited, which of course, somebody's overdosing. That's important shit. And
somebody's life.
they're yeah. And then she sent a message said, I'm so sorry. A friend of ours just got out of treatment and overdosed on our front lawn. And it's interesting because this is some of the stuff we were going to be discussing.
Mm-hmm.
And, with her, who is literally on the front lines in addiction, witnessing what's going on and being a part of what's going on. And, she wanted to be on the show today. Hopefully she'll make it on. I don't, we have no idea. This is this is life matters.
If not, we do have plans to pre-record with her, and it'll be on in 4 weeks' time. So she will be on whether she is able to make it on today. And we do have a grace of being able to extend the show, if that's the case. So we, if she can make it on, we can just tack an extra half hour on to chat with her. And I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've been friends with you going on 6 years now. And I've been, friends with your girls going on 5 years now. And I have watched their struggles, and I've watched the struggles in Vancouver. And the first time I came out for Iboga, Gareth took me down to the east side. And it was about 2 square blocks at that point in time, of just a tent city, on the east side of Hastings. And it was it was a reality check that, on being on the East Coast, we don't see this normally. And every time I've gone out and, even though the cops have removed Tent City, they go down and take the tents continuously. You can still see where everybody kind of gathers and whatnot. And that 2 square blocks has grown tremendously. It's almost taken over the entire downtown core. And it's just heartbreaking to watch. And the year that I first bought my first van and I drove home, I drove through every major city in Canada. I went through all of our capital cities across the provinces, 9 of them, including mine down here at Halifax. 8. And there's like the same problem in every city, a little bit smaller, like it seems to be coming across the country. And when you started talking about, let's just chat about some articles, I very quickly went and found 2 that I told you about. And it's heartbreaking for me because here on the East Coast, we don't see it. We just don't. So for us, it's kind of like watching a movie in that 2 square blocks that's been slowly growing. And as of the first 12 days of June, that 2 square blocks in Vancouver has hit Moncton, New Brunswick. In Moncton, New Brunswick, in 12 days, they had 309 reported overdoses. 309 in 12 days. In a city that's about, 1/20th the size of Vancouver? It's just... So my love goes out to both of your girls and to anybody else that's out there on the front lines, because I know that your 2 girls don't just fight with their own addiction disease, but they try to help everybody else. They have helped people walk the walk to get sober. They have saved lives. They have saved each other's lives. And for me, I felt very compelled to have Katie on because Katie's trying to find... How did you describe it to me? She is able to find the right combination of things to help depending on what the person is overdosing from. So fentanyl works for certain things, but it doesn't work for everything. And Katie has strived to find ways to save those people that she suffers with, no matter what. So sorry to take over for a minute, but it just for me, that's the first time I was out there, we didn't have anything down here. There wasn't one fentanyl death. There wasn't one fentanyl overdose that was reported. Everything was out west. And it was in that 2 square blocks for the most part. And the fact that less than a month ago, like that 2 square blocks hit Moncton, New Brunswick. And we've had a few overdoses here in Nova Scotia from fentanyl. But it just, like, I mean, it's, folks, it's across the country, and this is an epidemic, and we need to come together. And Steve's daughter is trying to fight the fight out there while she's trying to fight her own addiction. And this is just such a beautiful girl. And right now she's missing this podcast because what is she doing? She's saving a life. Just, yeah.
Why don't you bring up one of the articles? Let's go through a couple of those articles on the Atlantic there.
Okay, well, I'll bring up the one that I was just talking about. It's the first one that I sent you. Let me see if I can find it. It's from the CBC News, CTV News. Ooh. As I've got up here, and it says more than 300 drug overdoses reported in Moncton, New Brunswick in less than 2 weeks. It was 12 days. And these are just the ones that are reported. Like, I mean, and I know from now experience that sometimes when somebody overdoses, somebody like Katie or Jesse are there and they Narcan, they save the person, and 911 is never called, so it's not reported. So these are just the ones that are reported in 12 days in Moncton, New Brunswick. So the drug overdose situation in New Brunswick continues to be a major concern for frontline workers and first responders who have responded to hundreds of overdose calls so far this month. It's been a lot. There's been multiple overdoses a day, sometimes 40 or 50. This is coming from Chelsea Melanson, who is the frontline support worker team lead at the Harvest House Atlantic in New Brunswick.
Yeah, even Narcan is not bringing some people back. That was one of the things I was really looking forward to talking with Katie, is because she's been getting their drugs tested for quite a while.
Yeah.
And she's got the list of what's in the supplies and the flow of where it's been really toxic and it's been not as bad. And it's toxic all the time. It's
yes. So that's the other article that I found, which I haven't read yet. This is just one that I just found when I was looking for the last one. And this one's coming from CBC News. And they said they've never seen a spike like this. And it's a veterinary tranquilizer that is suspected in the Montreal overdose surge. So this is the tranq stuff that your girls have, it has, popped up in Vancouver a few years ago. And, your girls have fought with and have found ways around.
And the problem is, it's not even just one. Like Katie showed me some of the tests that she had done, and the medetomidine has been added, but it has xylazine, so you're getting a combination of two of them. And then generally, most of them have benzos. I don't think there was any in there that didn't have benzos. And it's furofentanyl was the main fentanyl analog being used, but in her last ones, there's unknown fentanyl analogs showing up. They don't know what type of fentanyl it is, so they don't know what can reverse it. It's pretty mind-boggling, actually. And the fact that it keeps getting worse is even more mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's every time I don't even know how to look at it, but it seems like things will get out there, cures will get out there for it. So like such as Narcan will get out there, right? And so like they up the game. What are they thinking? Like, okay, it's not killing enough people, or it's not making enough people addicted, or I don't even know what the thought process is behind putting all this shit in the drugs. The drugs are addictive enough. Trust me, I did pure cocaine. I got addicted.
Yeah. And a lot of the people dying are thinking they're getting pure cocaine. That are, they're people that do coke, and they get their coke, and doesn't take much. If it's carfentanil, it takes like a grain, 1 grain. Bye-bye, you're gone.
I was an old friend from like high school days, right? And we were chatting, and they were telling me, with their work, they get tested every time. Like they work for so many weeks, and then they get 2 weeks off. So I think it's 3 and 2 or something like that. And, so like they choose to do a couple lines of coke, on the first night off. That's what they choose to do. Like that's, because it's out of the system by the time they have to go back and pee in a cup and, et cetera, et cetera. So, power to them and whatever. They felt the need that they had to explain it to me because I'm a recovered cocaine addict. And, I'm like, that's your choice, right? But you should just make sure you're really careful because 1 grain. So, and there's tons of people out there that do like my friend does. They have, a couple that have 1 night a week or 1 night a month or 1 night, in this case, every 5 weeks, and that's what they do for 1 night. And then they put it all away. But still, what if they happen to get that grain? They're gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this person lives out west. So like, it's even scarier as far as I'm concerned for them. Right. And it just, it's a scary situation. And I used to feel safe down here on the East Coast from that because of the fact that it seemed to be concentrated out in BC, but it just keeps growing and it keeps coming. And it's scary. 309 that were reported in 12 days. If you think that maybe that was half of them, 618 possible, if not, plus or minus overdoses in 12 days, Steve.
Well, this right here, I'm going to bring this up. This is, let me just go here so you can, I'll scroll up so that it's the opioid and stimulant related harms in Canada. And this was updated on the 15th. So this is January 25 to December 25, Canada. Like 15 deaths per day on average. 13 hospitalizations per day on average, 64 emergency visits per day on average, 108 EMS responses per day on average, 56,631 apparent opioid toxicity deaths. Like, yeah, some of the stuff is just staggering. It's absolutely staggering. And today, one of the things Katie sent me was it's welfare day. So today will be a high overdose day because people are getting their checks. And, that's some of the problem with people in early recovery. They'll get their checks. And when that check comes, the call is bigger than the call for recovery. And you've been clean for a little while, and that dose you're used to doing is too much. And the next thing you know, you're overdosing on somebody's front lawn.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
As a parent that's been kind of in that whirlwind for 10 years or so, I honestly don't have any idea on how to fix it. There's just so much from so many angles and so overwhelming. And the biggest thing I see when I'm out there and I meet people, and I've through my girls I've met a lot of people, and I've walked the downtown east side, I've met a lot of people. And I think if we had a lot more proper mental health treatment and not mental health medication, we could fix a lot of the issues.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because a lot of the mental health medication is just another addiction. When I got off cocaine, I mean, yeah, okay, I got opioids and synthetic THC for the physical pain, but I got benzos, 2 different kinds of benzos for mental health. They put me on an antipsychotic for sleep, which just made me sleep 22 hours a day. And then the effexors and whatnot, and none of the stuff that I really needed. You know what I mean? And, that addiction, that was harder to get off of than the cocaine and the alcohol, right? It just.
Benzos are brutal.
Yeah.
I'm finding that, in the world I'm in, I'm finding that there's more people have long-term suffering off of benzos than SSRIs even.
Yep. I was chatting with my psychiatrist. You and I had a chat about withdrawal symptoms associated to benzos, and I still get some weird little zaps and whatnot. And so I got curious and chatted with my therapist, and she agreed that what I am going through is most definitely, benzo-related withdrawal. It can last up to 30 years.
Yeah. I've been doing a bunch of research on it, and it's as somebody with a weird mind, I sit there and go, how is this legal and possible?
Yeah. And it's the withdrawal effects. It's not just like there's 2 things that draw people back. The withdrawal effects are brutal, especially in the beginning. They're just absolutely brutal. And then as we get sober, you have to start facing your feelings and facing your memories. And you just want to repress that, because if you only had to deal with one of those things, you could probably do it. But having to face your feelings and your memories while going through brutal withdrawal symptoms is virtually. So in seeing that, I'm giving myself kudos for being able to do it. So yay.
And you should. It's proof it can be done. Anybody that walks out is proof that it's possible to walk out. And one of the big things that holds a lot of people in, and I've heard out of their own mouths, is, I don't think I can do it.
Yeah, I hear that a lot.
And
that's fear.
Anybody out there know that that's a lie. You can do
it. And that is fear creeping up and telling you that you can't do it. But sit with a recovered addict. Share stories. Like, people like me are going to have similar stories to anybody that is suffering an addiction. Like I and it's hard. It's straight up hard. And when it's multiple sources, and for somebody that's on the street, believe it or not, they may only be taking what they believe is heroin or cocaine, but there are multiple sources in that. They mix everything in. So, you've got to get off the tranquilizers. You've got to get off the benzos. You've got to get off the whatever else has been, pushed in there. And for your own human body, you got to know what you're putting in so you can get off one at a time, because that's the only safe way to do it. Do not shock your body, because that'll kill you just as fast as staying on the drugs. So figure out what's in your drugs and go, okay, keep getting them tested. Make sure that you're cutting out something, slower. If you're lucky enough to have an understanding doctor, maybe they can prescribe you stuff and help you cut it back. Safe supply.
Yeah.
I was lucky enough to have that in my life. An understanding therapist who, when I called her up and I said, it's time, let's start cutting it back, she was there with me and she made sure I had, my prescriptions, and we followed along with everything. And it took 8 months for me to get off everything. And it was hard. And I still have days where I get the zaps, or if a depression hits me for some reason, I sit here and I go, yeah, I know where the liquor store is. I know where all the dealers hang out. But I sit here and I tap my fingers and sit with my parts and go, do we really want to do that again? And I'm able and strong enough now to say, no. and find different ways of dealing and letting go through breath work, through other medicines that I practice. So yeah.
Wow.
Well, this is incredible for a staff.
Congratulations. Well, congratulations on what you've done and what you're showing to people, because you're proving that it's possible to get out.
Yeah.
And some people don't believe it's possible to get out, and they end up getting out by dying, which I'd prefer people don't use that route.
Me too. I mean, we all have to go someday, but it would be so much better to get them onto this route and let it happen naturally versus, the way that it happens. And the stats from New Brunswick, it didn't show us, there were 309 overdoses that were called in, but we don't know how many of those survived and how many of those went in those 12 days. They didn't put those stats up. Yeah.
Well, let me go to this one. Hang on. I'm going to bring this one up. It shows that it is. Is that the one I have on? Add to stage. Oh, was that this? Hang on. I don't know if I have the right one. Share this tab instead.
Another 150?
Yeah, so this was in January. Now they're saying that that the deaths have gone down in the last couple of months, and I would have to say that it's contradictory to the data that I'm getting from people that are there with people that are overdosing and dying. So I don't know where we're sitting, but I can tell you that just in January, 150 people lost their lives to the toxic drug supply. And if we had proper mental health treatment in place, I believe at least 3/4 of that would not have happened.
Yeah.
It's a serious tragedy. It really is. I don't know. What's for me is I'm bouncing because we were going to have Katie on and what's happened at the place. So I'm kind of bouncing, going, geez, I wonder what's going on there. Hope the person's okay. Right?
Well, I'm gonna say right now, I think it's a good time for us to go for a break. And while we're on break, maybe you can give Katie a text and just ask her if she's got a little update for us.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Hey, stick with us. We're going to take a break for the station identification, give our sponsors a little bit of a whoop, and hang out. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
That way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Good day and welcome back to the Mushy Moment for the second half on June 23rd, 2026. Had to put it back on again, just
of course.
Because it's so damn awesome. Not as awesome as your kitty, but I'll just sit here and pat my hat.
With your dog?
Oh, she's out with Scout. She's not going to hang in here while she could be out in the sun with her friend Scout.
No, I suppose not.
Well, I haven't got any message back yet. I sent Katie a message asking her how her friend is doing and whatnot, what's going on, but I haven't heard anything back, so I can't give any update at this point.
Okay.
Just holding it in my heart that they're okay and everything is okay, because no one needs more trauma where they currently are.
No. Do you want to talk about any of these other articles that you had brought up?
Sure. Where am I here? Oh, give me a second. Because apparently I blew that screen out. Okay. What is that? That one. Okay. Let me bring up this one. Now this one, let me get it up on the screen here. This one is from 2025. And I'm going to just scroll it here. This is in BC. This is the overdose response in British Columbia for 2025, and it's by community. So some of these are tiny little communities, but 100 Mile House, that's a small community. 29 over.
Oh my God, Kelowna.
Oh yeah. Abbotsford, 1,600. Campbell River, another small community, 600. Chilliwack, 1,100. Cobble Hill had 4. It honestly, this is my first time scrolling through this, and I'm looking, going, oh, look it up in Fort Nelson, Fort St. James, Fort St. John, where there's a lot of, those are areas where there's a lot of work going on. The boys are up in the mines and they're up in the oil patches and they're working, doing that stuff. And Fort St. John, oil patch. Oh, look at that, 152. Wow. Kamloops. Wow.
Vancouver's 9,500. Victoria is almost 2,300.
Wow. Well, my hometown, Richmond, this was, what was it? It was 2 years ago. I went to City Hall to discuss the overdose consumption site thing. And at that point in time, one of the people yelled at me that only 20 people had died in Richmond. which one I thought was a real ignorant thing to say. So what if it's only 20 people? It's still 20 people. But in Richmond, there's 419 people overdosed just last year. So those numbers are going to go up. It's not like they're going down anytime soon. And, you know, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'll bring in this one here. This is the Vancouver's approach to the overdose crisis. And in Vancouver, we lost over 4,000 people to overdose deaths during this time, driven by an increasingly unsafe supply. So since 2016 to 2025, 16,000 people just in BC had died, 4,000 just in our city. Wow. And I know a few of those people. Wow. And then they just kind of, they go into how and what they're doing. But honestly, it's not working. And I get that people are frustrated and people are saying, screw safe supply and go on with harsher sentencing and harsher this and harsher that. But it's got to be a combination of, it's all got to work. It's all got to work together. And the problem is that people fight over the pittance of money that's put into it. Yes, people think it's a lot of money put into the recovery industry, the getting people clean industry. And there is. I'm not going to deny that. But people fight over where it goes. And we need to have a whole pathway in place, a whole supportive pathway. There's got to be the mental health aspect and not just drugging people up for mental health. The people have to, I don't know what people have to do. I'm babbling.
Well, I mean, I don't know, like, you know, like there's the real world where, yeah, okay, there's some legal stuff going on. The people that are out there putting this crap in the street, drugs to start with, you know, the people selling it and the people pushing it. I know a lot of people that sell the shit, they don't fucking touch it because they know better. Those people definitely need to be charged, 100%. You know, the person who's overdosing on the street, they need to be helped. What the fuck good is it going to do to charge that person and throw them in jail where there's drugs? You know, all you're doing is perpetuating that crisis. But if, you know, like, and the two things, like, well, there's, you know, 2 or 3 things that need to work all together. But we do need to charge the dealers that are out there. And we do need to try and help protect the victims of those dealers, which are the addicts that are suffering on the streets. You know, and in protecting those people, we need to take the understanding that what they're going through is medical, that they are victims, you know, so we have to help them, you know, medically, and medically includes mental health. When anybody gets trained in any part of the medical field, mental health is a part of it. I don't care what it is. And we have to take that into account. And people just don't. I mean, there's few advocates that speak up and fight for that, like myself. Like, I will argue till I'm blue in the face with somebody who works in, you know, non-mental health field. That part of their job is most definitely mental health. You can't treat a part of a patient without treating their mind, because everything has an effect on the mind. So they have to take that into account. We have to put in the right systems to help people get sober and help people heal why they went that way in the first place. Were you just prescribed something because of a broken leg and it got out of hand? Were you trying to, you know, cover up a past memory? What's going on? Let's help you heal that. And, you know, and go from there. And, but if you, you know, like, we can't ignore the legal side of it.
You know, there's an aspect that is completely overlooked. Let me see if I can. We have a lot of first responders that are buried in trauma and suffering PTSD because of them trying to help those people on the streets.
Yes.
So if the first responders that are coming in and doing that are suffering from trauma that puts them into PTSD,
They
those
will end up
people
to
that
be the
they're
person on
helping
the
are
street.
living it every day. They're in the trauma. They're trauma ridden. They're PTSD ridden over and over. They're Narcanning their friends. They're watching them die. They're stealing. They're doing this to get to the next thing. They're
And that's
putting
all
themselves-
part of their disease.
Yes.
Yes.
And
And
if-
we have to be understanding of that.
Well, that's what I mean. If we're looking at the first responders and going, oh my God, they need this help. And people are saying they're informed, but at the same time, they're going, this is really bad for this group here that's trying to help this group. Why are we not getting the help for that group so that the first responders don't have to go through and become a part of that group? Because some of those first responders very possibly will end up in addiction. Some of them will drink themselves into a position that they will lose everything they've got because of the shit that's going through their brain. And those people they're helping have mountains of that shit. They need that help.
Well, I'm going to throw it out there too that the first responders deal with more than just overdoses, and it's the whole conglomerate that gives them PTSD. So they're going to need the help anyway, and we've got to be there for them. But you're right. If we would concentrate on the fact that the people who are suffering from the homelessness and the addiction and everything on the street, if we would get as forceful with helping them with their PTSD as we are with helping the first responders when they come forward with their PTSD, it would just be easier.
Yes.
Absolutely.
When I'm talking about the first responder end, it's because out here it makes the news how much of a toll it takes on the first responders, and particularly today, Welfare Day.
Yes.
They're going to be hitting things over and over, and they're going to see people dying over and over. And it's like I'm not trying to downplay anything to do with the first responders. If 10 years ago, when we saw the epidemic expanding and growing at an astronomical rate, we had invested in the mental health to help the people on the streets, the first responders would not go through half of what they go through to take the toll on them. Is that said politically correctly or right?
No, I get what you're saying.
Wow, sorry, I got emotionally attached there.
Mm-hmm. It's all good.
Wow. It's tough. You know, as a parent, I've done the Narcan. You know, I've met a lot of the people that are no longer here. I have friends that have lost their kids. You know, I recognize that I'm one of the lucky ones. I still get to hug them, and there's still a chance. But it's tough. It's tough. It's tough to watch the chaos and watch it grow and not see possible, you know, honestly, the only solution I can see is when we start to invest heavily into the ability to help people with their mental health. That's when we'll see the change. In my belief. Big disclaimer.
That's why we have the disclaimer at the beginning and the end.
Wow. Yeah.
But you're right. Like, you know, if as somebody that walked the walk, if I had been heard when I was 5, aka the mental health, who would I be now? One thing I wouldn't be is the woman that sits here now with a desire and the heart to want to reach out and help other people.
Yeah, that's true. The universe has a plan. We just got to believe we're strong enough for the plan.
Yeah.
The universe has a lot of faith in people. You know, you sit there watching them. I watch my daughters out there helping people and walking that path and go, don't think I could do it. Kills me just to watch it.
And you know what, like I said in the beginning, one of the reasons why I believe your daughters are so amazing is the fact that even though they're not ready to take that step towards sobriety yet, they have helped others do so.
Yeah.
You know? And they
Yeah, we
support
talk about it, but boy, you know, making the jump is the hardest part.
Mm.
You know, it is.
The first step is the hardest, committing to it. But it, you know, for me, to anybody out there that suffers, once you commit to it and once you take that step and you just know that you're walking the right way. Yeah, I'm not going to lie, it's hard, but it's also one of the most beautiful walks you'll ever walk. Straight up.
Hard. Man, I look at, you know, what my daughters and their friends go through.
It's easier than that. It's easier than what they're going through now.
I would have to agree.
It's just different, and that's what makes it scary. You know, and one of the other things that we have to do when we're getting sober is we have to face those things that we have been quashing for so long. And that's why we need the mental health people out there, is to help people walk that walk, and the natural healers and those people that take people through some of these natural medicines and help them deal with it. And the talk therapy, it's all so important when you're getting sober and having to face those memories and those reasons, you know, and letting those parts of yourself rest and saying, thank you very much. You were there to protect me, and I know why you were there, and I know, but I don't need you anymore because I got it from now on. And learning how to say that and let those parts rest is massive, and you need the right people to help you.
Yeah.
But it's possible. It's so possible.
Yeah. I had a great doctor that helped me with, you know, walking through my trauma and my PTSD and helping me with my microdosing and, you know, understanding of the brain and understanding of stims and trauma patterns. You know, like behaviors, trauma creates lots of dysfunctional or odd behavioral patterns. And, you know, I've been lucky enough to have the person that was able to come in and help me with my mental health. I know how important it is. I know how important it is finding the right people and having the right support to, you know, to give you that extra energy that makes you want to keep going.
Mm.
Yeah. Wow. Well, this wasn't really, you know, what I was expecting for a podcast for today.
No, we're kind of filling in for your daughter. So, but I think we did a good job. I hope we made her proud.
I hope so. I hope that they've saved that person. I hope we're not going to find out that somebody's passed away this morning. You know, I'm pretty confident that person will be okay.
Knowing that it's your daughter there Narcaning her, me too.
Yeah. Wow. Well, it was kind of a weird way to start, eh? When the universe has strange plans sometimes, you know, but yeah, stories is what they end up with. I tell you, they sometimes when Katie and I are actually talking about doing that, putting together a little dysfunctional dad thing and sitting down and talking about some of the stories and just do little shorts on the stories. Because, man, you know, sometimes you just got to let those stories out, because if they only stay in the head, sometimes they'll Sometimes they'll become nightmares instead of stories. You let them out, you can free them, and things can become dreams again.
Yep. Yeah.
Just going to check my phone here, see if there's any response yet.
Oh, I see.
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet. I was
Wow.
kind of hoping we'd know by the end of the podcast.
Yeah, so was I. It would be nice to let the people know.
Yes.
I don't know. Was there another story you wanted to bring up?
No, I think it's okay. We ended a little bit early today.
Okay. I hate to say it, but I'm okay with it as well. I'm here, but I have to say I have an emotional attachment to what's going on, and
Same here.
So I guess thank you for joining us today on Tuesday, June 23rd, 2026. Hopefully one of these podcasts here, we can have Katie on and she'll let us know what happened, and we'll actually go through the safe supply stuff and what's been in the supply, etc. In the meantime, thank you for watching the podcast. Thank you for supporting Cindy and I on the podcast. Thank you for supporting the Pace Radio Network. And thanks to Al and our sponsors for allowing all this to happen.
Yes. See you in 2 weeks, folks. Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow light systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420 Pace.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Mic on. Red light. Lean in. Hit live. Pull up a chair to the table. 2 mugs, 2 minds, 1 cable. Little green leaf on the label. Big brave truths on the label.
We got patients on the line from Brazil,
From the Bronx,
from the hills. Stand still, let them talk about pain, about pills, about how this plant help heal what it will. Protest and turn that voice loud. Stories in the smoke, information like powder, blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic turn courage into legacy, patient advocacy, that's the energy. Hey! Glass jar on the desk, just a symbol. Camera on a ring light, simple. Host with the notes in a spiral. Guest with a scar and a trial.
They say I was scared, I was quiet, till one dose cut the storm, stop the riot. Now millions of hearts stay silent, just leaning in closer to the science.
Protest, and turn that voice louder. Stories in the smoke, information like powder. Blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy.
From Cape Town up to Tokyo, late night shift in Ohio. There's a face on every download. There's a life in every episode.
We are not alone in this. Every share is a little risk. Every view is a little fist in the air for the ones we miss. Protest, and turn that voice louder. Stories in the smoke, information like powder. Blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look now and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him. Oh, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, right now it's time for him.
Whoa, it must be time for hemp again. Woohoo! Caught me in the middle of a hit. And thank you for taking time for hemp. If you don't mind, before we get started, hit the like and subscribe button down below. Share this with your friends. That is how we get found around on the internet. And anywhere there is sound to be found on the internet, you can find Time for Hemp Global Broadcasting Network is making as much noise as we can on BitChute, Rumble, YouTube, iHeart, iTunes, and Spotify, and of course at timeforhemp.news. We are blessed today to have an interesting individual who's working diligently in Texas to raise the voice of the cannabis movement as our guest. But we're going to be bringing on our joint host first, as always. And don't forget, anytime you hear the word joint on the big broadcast, we want you to hit your pipes, your bongs, your vaporizers,
and take time for him. Coming up out of the wings is a good friend of mine from Canada. That's how you pronounce Canada. And he does a thing called Pace Radio Network. Al Graham. Al, thank you for being part of the big broadcast today.
Hey, you're welcome, and thank you for having me part of the big broadcast as well.
What's that quacking I hear?
Oh, that's my phone quacking off at me. I'll just turn off those ducks so we don't hear them.
All right, so why don't you let people know about the Pace Radio Network while you got a minute?
Okay, the Pace Radio Network is people advocating cannabis education. We are a radio and video network, just so you know. But when we got started, there was no video, was there, Casper? It was all just audio, and we cover cannabis obviously as well as psychedelics, and we interview guests include. Let's see, business owners, patients, advocates, finding out what's going on in and around Canada and elsewhere around the world as well.
Well, groovy. And I understand that we've got another groovy joint host on the big broadcast, Al Byrne. Al has written a fantastic book you can find on Amazon. Al Byrne, why don't you let people know about that fantastic book so they can make it a point to read it?
I will. But first, I got to say good evening. Usually we do this show in the afternoon on East Coast time, but tonight we're doing it in the evening, so the lights are going to be a little different, I suppose. The book I wrote is called For Country and Cannabis. It's about my journey of 40 years with the cannabis plant through the early days when medical cannabis was not discussed until today. And so the big book is basically, how did that happen? What happened between today and 1985 that medical cannabis became a reality, not only in the United States, but in the world? You read the book, you'll know. And one of the offgrowths of all that education that we did was we hoped, the founders, the beginning of this conversation, hoped that we would build a sort of an inverse pyramid, if you will, that from a little bit of shouting, other people would, I remember distinctly, we had a conference in Santa Barbara, California years back, and the mayor of the city was kind enough to introduce the conference to the assembled audience. We had about 400 people there. And she said, when you're done with this conference, you're going to learn a lot. She said, and when you're done, go forth and multiply. And that was pretty much what we had wanted to do from the get-go. And we thought that if we could present education, real science, I used to say, patience out of time deals in real science, not political science. And that real science argument is where we finally overcame the ignorance. We're not out of it. Those of us in the United States know that as a federal law, that cannabis is still prohibited. There's X number of reasons why that can't be, but it is. We'll see how that goes in the near future, but that's where we are. But nevertheless, go forth and multiply. That's our next guest, is one of those guys that has gone and done that to my satisfaction, Casper's and everybody else's. Casper let my joke out of the bag, because I was going to introduce this man as being from the state with the stupidest lieutenant governor of all of them. But he already said Texas. So Joshua is from Texas, and he's going to bring him up here. And I'm going to get my glasses so I can read his name. I know it is. Castaneda. Yeah, I'm old, Joshua. Smile at me. That's nice. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
God help you, brother.
Yeah.
You're awesome. I appreciate everything you do.
Thank you very much. And I am so sorry that you're in Texas having to work with that man. I don't even know if we want to even mention his name, but you're here because you are turning Casper back into a well-known name in the world of cannabis. That he's old, he dropped out, he's a geezer like me. Nobody gives a shit about old geezers, and then all of a sudden, you come up and you're resurrecting this guy. What's going on?
Oh, first off, thank you for your time. Blessings to each and every one of y'all. Casper is amazing. The journey is very interesting. You know, he expresses a lot of his own opinions. So do you all, and I appreciate each and every one of you for that. As to just a minor correction, I was just a witness, and I'm trying to help these individuals promote an event in Texas. There's actual patients there. There's hemp legislation. There's other things that they're working towards, bringing the Department of Agriculture and strategic partners together. It's an event at the Texas Music River Ranch. And the reason why Casper came to mind is they're in the midst of talking. You know, the group, there's Justin, which Dabber 710 is his moniker. And then there's also Michael Camp. These are the two actual orchestrators. I'm just giving an echo of accolades and thankfulness that they've allowed me to be able to say, hey, here is Casper. He's the guy that you're looking for and proposing for the solution for this. The founder of the marijuana television stuff that, you know, helped everything go on in Canada with that whole, you know, cannabis culture thing that they do up there too. The time for hemp, you know, that is understandable now today because of Jack Herrera, Captain's legacy. All of you guys had a piece to put this together. It's not me. I'm just over here saying, oh, here's the foundation that was already built. Why are we trying to, you know, strike up another foundation? We might as well, you know, give a little kudos and credit to the people who allowed us to learn the things that you guys have already gone through. Pace Network, being in all these voices and patients together, patients at a time. Like, there's so much stuff that you all have done with your life's work, and I appreciate that you would even look at this event for a moment or direct traffic towards it, because the intention is there. It's the same heart, it's the same service, and that's why I think Casper came to mind so fervently. Is there is an ideal that somebody getting on and giving a keynote speech should have an impact. They should have had an impact. He's been volunteering since what, 1991? I mean, come on, guys. Come on, guys. Tell me, Casper, where's all the money at? Where's all the volunteer money at?
Exactly.
That's his first joke. He said he was going to tell jokes.
Jack Hare hired me in 1989 to run his office, and at the end of 1989, and during the course of 1990, they were working on the California Hemp Initiative, and we were trying to find somebody to get some public attention to it. So I decided to put together 3 or 4 segments of a thing called Time for a Hemp.
Just 3 or 4, right?
Right. Put it out in community cable access and use the information that we put out on the shows and our advertising on radio and TV. And it made its debut on January 5th, 1991. And enough television series and broadcast history to focus on cannabis, hemp, in a positive light. Then, because of all the hardworking activists across America getting copies of the show, it was the first community cable access show to debut in 17 states, 27 cities. Then, because of Chris Bennett and
thank you, Chris,
Mark
right?
Emery,
and Emery,
Bennett, Mark Emery, and some guy up in Amsterdam who owns Sensi Seeds.
Some guy.
Yeah. He put it on in his hemp museum up there, and then they showed it in Australia, making Time for Hemp the first community cable access show in broadcast history to go international. And it was quite an interesting journey, I must say. And it's been fun, and it's been a little more than 3 or 4 segments, that's for sure.
Well, what's amazing, Casper, is you're the same guy on camera as off camera, and there's a lot of the ego that goes on in this industry, a lot of stuff that happens, but I'm glad to see sincere individuals like yourselves being able to step up and still represent the truth and helping the next generation learn from, you know, the mistakes of all of us that we've learned all the way through here, right? So as far as what I'm seeing right now is there's an opportunity to help people know the intention again. When you come on stage, you're able to empower folks with those testimonials about Jack Herrera and the firsthand things that you've experienced, and also validate, you know, the life's work of all these folks that are trying right now to get into an industry that's already thriving again. Bioremediation should be a topic of discussion. Using using both the plants and the myco remediation, as far as bioremediation with this plant, should be our first conversation. It should be everywhere, fixing the soil, right? But at the same time, if it fixes the soil and it pulls all of these things out, you can also see how people have weaponized this and used toxins and grown it in radioactive soil and then fed that to folks. So we've also got to have our own certifications, our own class. They don't even consider it organic. They don't look at it the same way in the US. So we have to change a stigma, but we first have to declare it as an essential. And I think you guys see how essential it is. It's vital to life. If you look at it from the point of view as a vegetable, we're supposed to take the flower when it's sensimilia and pure in its essence, and those sifted trichomes but rebonded to the seed oil that's been cold pressed extracted, and that superfood allows our bodies to finally repair. So why would it be that we can only buy Canadian hemp seed? Why would it be that we can only buy FDA approved XJ59 all the way from Ukraine? And so there's a direct legacy that you all represent, and Jack, he'd be rolling around right now going, it's legal and you guys are still arguing the wrong things. Why are we even talking about this way? We should be making fuel and food. There wouldn't be an issue with the economy if this was done properly. So these are the individuals that I see that are aligning with that in Texas. And I would love for Casper, and you have a newsletter. If everybody would like to take a look, I think it's texashempstock.com if you want to look at the website and where it is thus far. Casper's mug is right on there as a keynote speaker. It's going on for Memorial Day weekend, May 24th through the 25th. Paul Stanford is going to be there, which is going to be an interesting segue for you to bring up some of that amazing truth that you get to see both in front of the camera and behind, because these individuals are amazing folks that have testimonials that will help us all learn from each other and the mistakes of our forefathers so we don't make those same ones again, right? Personal soapbox to what I'm seeing, I want to make it very clear that we are here to help. We are not looking at this as an antagonistic way, but I will tongue-in-cheek make a character and kind of make fun of myself. Being from Alabama and I can figure this out, Texas should have already figured this out. So we're over here going, hey, come on, guys. I mean, we got 1 gram and we got 1 burn. You put them together, you're going to burn a gram right here, all of y'all. So blessed be Tree Family. Go ahead. Casper, why don't you go ahead and look through the website and sir, if you would read off some of what's going on here, because I would love to hear the new information that you can go look at, but you're here with us live, so I would love to hear your point of view too.
Well, what I'm curious about is, how did Portland hemp stock become Texas hemp stock?
That's a great question. I bet you if you go back into the archives, if you actually search, you'll find Jack was over there, right? At the Seattle hemp thing, right? Oh, okay. So he's noted all the way there. So they're trying to get to the legacy of Jack. Do you know anybody who still distributes Jack's book or has shows about him and Captain Ed and those kind of things where people could do a little research to find out why folks like Paul Stanford from Portland's hemp stock are validated by the life's work of someone like Jack Career and what he stood
Well, I
for
think you
and
can
organized?
find Jack's hair on Amazon. I give it away for free on my website. And I did a blog about Jack that really brings him to life. So I think I'm one of the few people on the planet who are still talking about Jack hair.
Well, if my understanding serves me well with this, we are all under this word game thing, right? And Jack was very vocal about whatever he felt or thought. And I think that he would want his legacy to be something that's impactful. So when I brought up that topic of bioremediation, I think that's the word that would describe, if we were to take fungus or bacterium and combine it with the growth of canna, specifically, to bio-rejuvenate the soil, that would be something that would stand for what he brought to the attention of all of us. So bioremediation is a topic, but as to all these individuals in their entertainment, the reason why we're coming together, there's a whole slew of musicians and amazing people that are coming to this kind of an event on a Memorial weekend. You don't have nothing to do, should definitely show up. But enough about that for a second. What I want to hear from is this live broadcast thing. Did you guys see this? They're going to be broadcasting with an NFP partner. The community radio is also taking root in it. I wonder if Pace could join in and broadcast live along with these other folks. What do you guys think about that? I think it's 104.7 KZSM.
I see that they were a media partner at your festival there, and I seen Casper listed on there. Now, is there a way of us broadcasting from there?
I'm sure there is.
I have done it. I actually this weekend I'm heading to Toronto to cover the Global Marijuana March, and so we do mobile coverage. It's something that I would have to talk to Casper about doing, because it, just to say, yeah, I can do it, but he still needs to know what kind of equipment he would need to have, and so on and so forth. But yeah, it's very possible to do that for sure.
Yeah, and you got the right group of people, because Al Graham and Albert and myself pioneered this, didn't we, guys? I had 1999, 1998, I released the timeforhemp.com website. So it's one of the oldest domain names. It's a legacy domain name. And it was one of the first websites on the internet, period, that offered free video downloads, let alone about marijuana. Oh my God, that topic. And then I through the help of American Freedom Radio, I was broadcasting through there. And when they went under, I kept on continuing the work, and iHeartRadio picked me up. The next thing I knew, it was going different places, and then bringing on people like Al Graham and Al Byrne as first joint hosts, and then we produced their own shows. They began pioneering the work as well. So if anybody can figure it out, you've got the right group of clowns, right, guys?
We'll figure it out. We'll get her.
I agree. We're the best. Yep.
Yeah.
We're as good as it is. Yep.
Al Byrne, I'll let you take a question or two.
Well, Texas. I actually, as I said, back in the old days, we wanted people like you and your cohorts in this to exist, or spread the word. And I like what you're doing. You're not totally in my world, which is education, but you've got a lot of education in there. You've got entertainment. You've got a civil atmosphere with a good vibe going on, and I think it's all positive. And in that kind of environment, you're educating people about cannabis, not only its therapeutic value, but as we all know, it can do anything else. So I think it's wonderful. I hope you have multitudes of people, and I hope it's a great success, and we can see that kind of activity everywhere, more and more every year, until we don't have to do it anymore.
Wouldn't that be wonderful? It's a cyclic behavior, brother. Like, Al, let me ask you a question, sir. I appreciate your sentiment about the education, and that we're maybe not perfectly aligned with what your ideals or whatever education you'd want. But can you define what the actual word hemp, the letters HEMPE, where that comes from? Do you know the Francis Bacon reference or anything like that?
HEMPE.
Correct. That was the original word.
I have no idea.
Okay, so we're gonna take
first. I'll tell you. So I'm on the board of directors in Normal. I don't know, 1989, someplace in there. And I didn't know Jeff. We're having a board meeting in D.C. And one of the staff guys comes in and says, "Hey, this guy's from California, and he wants to have 10 minutes with the board of directors. He's got something he needs to talk to you guys about. Can you give him 10 minutes?" And yeah, sure, So in comes Jeff. I've never seen him before. I've told this story before, but it's worth repeating. He had on the worst fitting and appearing sport coat I have ever seen in my life, then, before, since. It was just fucking awful. It looked like it just didn't fit. It was just it's worse than that. It's worse, and it was like Joseph's coat of many colors, or whatever that thing is in the Bible. It's crazy. And he comes in and he says, he doesn't even say his name. He says, "This coat is made out of hemp."
You get a pass.
So what he wanted was, he was great. We become dear friends. But what he wanted that day was Normal, for whatever reason, to get to your question, owned the copyright on H period, E period, M period, P period. I don't know why, who did it or anything. He wanted it. We gave it to him. So that's all I know about him.
Okay, and what he did with that is he started the organization, the Help End Marijuana Prohibition organization, there in Van Nuys, California, and in Venice. And
that's what he wanted hemp for. Yeah.
And he was running it in such a way that Jack had problems with money. He liked to spend it, but he didn't spend it to the right people. And people would order his books, and he would say they'll send cases, and then he forgot to send the cases, but he spent the money. So he had some problems with that, and the people were wanting to work with him, and so he was trying to find somebody that people would work with. And he came into my science supply shop, and for some reason he thought that I had the right personality for customer service. And he badgered me and badgered me and badgered me until I finally said, well, all right, I'll come to work for you. And I did. And people were glad they did. Once I did, people started working with him again. And I made damn sure when they ordered a case of books, those bitches got their books, motherfucker. They didn't have to sit and wait for it. And I remember Chris Conrad coming in a month after I was there. He goes, I hear you're running Jack's office in a good way. I said, yeah. He goes, well, Jack owes me 12 cases of book. I go, well, there's 20 over there that I got to send out. He goes, no, there's not. There's 8 over there you're going to be sending out because he owes me 12 cases of books. And Chris Conrad started carrying out those cases one at a time. And I went, well, all right, you're paid off. But Chris Conrad helped to edit Jack's book, along with Lynn and Judy Osborne. And even while I was on staff, he would have me a book to proofread this. I was like, well, all right. But which I thought was kind of funny because I'd only been in his office about 3 weeks, and he had me fire off a letter to Normal about a week earlier. And the telephone rang, and there's Keith Strop on the phone, and I answered hemp. He goes, is Jack Hare there? I go, yeah. He goes, who's that? I says, Casper Leach. I don't want to talk to you. Put on Jack. So I put on Jack, and the first thing he said to Jack was, who the hell sent this letter to Normal from your office? And Jack said, why? He says, because they sent it to NORMAL. So I want to know who you hired. And Jack said, it's right here. Let me hand the phone back to it. I went, can I help you? And Keith Strop said, so you're the one who sent me the letter to NORMAL? I went, yeah, isn't that how you spell normal? He goes, nope, NORML. And if you ever send a letter to us like that again, it'll come back unanswered, unopened. Hey, I had a lot to learn when he hired me. I was wanting to put together I was working on a comedy magazine called Later, about reasons to leave Los Angeles. And I was working on a comedy stand-up routine, which I got to say now at my age, the hardest part about stand-up comedy is not the comedy, it's the standing up. And I was wanting to learn how to write comedy scripts. And I'd been hanging out at the Comedy Store and kind of bumped into people that were kind of, you might have heard, like Roseanne Barr and people like that were just starting out.
Yeah.
But when you get involved in the cannabis hemp movement and you learn all the crap that's people have been lied to about, and you learn all the wonderful things that it can do, suddenly it just overtakes your whole life.
Yeah.
And I was no longer chasing a great writing and comedy routines and comedy magazines. I was suddenly taking time for him.
It's wonderful.
Again, how did we end up with the Portland hemp stock in Texas? I still haven't gotten an answer to that. Did you all just like throw a dart on the board? Boom! Let's have it there.
You thought at his age he'd have short-term memory loss, didn't you? But nah, this guy's still sharp. He is.
Yeah, it's a great question. What I would defer to is we need to get Michael Camp and to know the exact backstory of what happened. But as to general assessment, they tried to find the best of the best. It was connected that he had the IP for the Seattle Hemp Fest. Well, the individual, the LK, the commemorative part of this, you're going to have to look a little bit deeper to see what they're doing this for and why. But the reason why they reached out to Paul was because he was willing to offer the IP for the hemp stock to be done here in Texas. And so they tended to change that LK at the end in the legacy memory of an individual, which, I can't do justice to individuals that I don't fully know. And I want to make sure that that's clear, is that I'm just a steward of this information and trying to make sure as an ambassador for anybody who's watching to go do their own due diligence and research everything we're talking about. But the website should explain how that connection happens. And one of the reasons why I wanted to address it was, if you look at it from the point of view of Seattle, right? Hemp stock was the one that everybody was thinking, and then Portland was like an offshoot, and then we have this event to where that they're trying to give it that caliber of what the 1990s were, and that nostalgia effect of what we're all lacking today as the community, the genuine belonging to the one another that this hemp plant brings. Personally, I don't use terminology the same way other people do. It's more religious to me, and I use the Hebrew terms like canna, K-A-N-E-H, to refer to the same plant because it's not limited to industrialization or anything like that. I personally hold beliefs that I've conveyed to individuals privately, but I'll share this part of it is when I look at the plant, I saw it as something that people were shepherding and they should be sharing. And you're supposed to feed your sheep, and you kind of hit the staff down and everybody comes together to eat, right, and culminate and enjoy. But it's also a safety mechanism. And by not having these kind of events and not having these kind of legacies, the shepherds are denying the sheep access to the clean water and the good food. And for me, that's a calling back to the plantation of renown promises, the scriptures calling out for this plant to be grown everywhere, bearing its fruit every month, it being directly connected to us. So it has a spiritual root to me that's more ecclesiastical than most folks. And I try my best to honor it. And one of the reasons why I asked that question about the phrase hemp, H-E-M-P-E, and I would ask all of you to do this because this is a broadcast named Time for Him. Henry Edward Mary Philip Elizabeth was the acronym for the Tudor dynasty when they branded the plant to belong to them. They were mandated to grow their hemp plant. We were a hempy colony of the Jamestown, Virginia Crown Colony. So we are right now repatriated by way of our language. We don't even know what this originally meant and how it came to today. So if we don't share those lessons of history, we're doomed to repeat those cycles of control. And that's why I'm here to say, hey, look, if you have time to go research, do your own due diligence, research. This plant is amazing. You will find that no matter what you call her, no matter where you go, it's the same story. It's an amazing, fruitful plant that provides every aspect of life. I personally think it was given to us as the abundant measure for all measuring of standards, weights. It's how they built the temple. It's how they judged how much silver was worth. The first people were accounted by this. So this is the key ingredient to the community, is the intention you offer this plant and sacrament with, in my world. So when I see individuals doing that and trying to teach others how to do that, yes, this time is very valuable. You all understand what we are all trying to figure out. The cliff's edge is right here. Build a hang glider with him, fly off that joker and get to the other side. We can fix this. We have everything.
Well, and one thing you did point out that the LK and hemp stock, at the end of the hemp stock word, they've capitalized the L and the K, and that stands for Larry Kirk.
Thank you,
and,
sir.
All right. I was wondering
Larry
about
Kirk
that.
has passed away. Larry Kirk left us, and he was quite a presence at the Seattle Hemp Fest and Portland Hemp Stock, and in both those states, are very, very active. And
hey, you just answered the question that was asked. You're
I'm sorry.
amazing.
No, I'm sorry. Excuse me. This is.
Yeah, I know, brother. That's what
Anyway,
the memories do.
so
You answered it. Thank you so much.
It's a tribute to him because of his hard work, and so that he's never forgotten for what he's done. Because of him, the legalization happened in Washington and Portland, and Hemp Fest in Seattle grew to be. He worked with Vivian McPeak to help that become a major success, and then he also worked diligently with Paul Stanford to help the Portland hemp stock become a success as well. And so it's our way of never forgetting.
Thank you.
Who he is. Al, please take the questions for a minute.
All right.
Well, one thing I'd like to say is you got to Texas, and that's a good thing. One of the things I tried to do when we were running the conferences at Patients at a Time was to go where it was hard. Go where that particular group that was having trouble with the government or whoever the hell was giving them a hard time. And I always thought that by doing that, we seriously helped the cause in that state. You look at where we went that wasn't legal for medicine, and a year later it was. It just followed us around the country. So I applaud that you're going to Texas. That's hard down there. It shouldn't be. I mean, the hemp that could be grown in that state. Well, we just had a guest on from Australia, and he was growing seeds in Australia, and selling them in Texas. Yeah, who's that? That was Jason, right? Jason Law?
Right.
Yeah.
You might want to look back at a couple of shows back, but we'll get to that later. But anyway, I am glad it's in Texas. I really appreciate your take on the plant. I'll tell you, if I'd known that where the history of the word came from, I would have put it in my book. I would have. I didn't know.
Your reference is the letters from Francis Bacon in the late 1500s. You can look up Francis Bacon and the phrase hempe, Hempe, and it'll say there's a phrase in there that he uses after he describes it. He goes, "When hemp is spun, England is done." This was a revolutionary thing, gentlemen.
Wow.
It was everything we needed to get all the way across the world. So
and it didn't really get introduced, I don't think, into the United Kingdom area until about the late 1500s, and it certainly didn't show up here until people from Europe brought it.
Yeah.
Well, we had the Spanish version, but we also have some history here in America that we don't really like to talk about, is those Irish orphans that were brought over to work the fields. Those were those indentured servants that we gave citizenship back to after, right? Well, the reason why those orphans were brought over to work in the textile farming industries that came from Ireland is that was where they were originally growing their fibrous material to make their sails and riggings. And they found out that America had better soil and better climate, so they wanted to get as many of those folks over to America. And guess what? All of those mothers who were working in the textile mills to feed their orphans who were at the orphan because they couldn't afford the lifestyle in the day, when they took their kids over here to America, that same textile industry of all of those seamstresses and those workers of the textiles and the ropes and the rigging, they came to America to establish the hemp colony specifically to produce this plant into a product for the shipping industries for the maritime trade. But continue.
And they did good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and
they
that's
got
the
their
kind
freedom
of stuff,
back.
That's the kind of stuff we're going to be talking about at the Texas hemp stock. I understand. Now, one of the groovy things about it's based on the Portland hemp stock, and Paul Stanford and I worked on that a couple of times. Maybe you got a picture of Paul and I, don't we, Al? Graham?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Right here.
And,
there we are.
There's Paul Stafford and some crazy clown named Casper Leach in the middle of one of Paul's little gardens there. And Paul Stafford is a pioneer in a lot of ways. I jokingly say he was born in pioneer days like I, but the fact is, Paul was very instrumental in changing the laws in Oregon and then actually applying the laws that were changed by opening up a variety of medical outlets that made it possible for people to get their license. We don't like to say marijuana, but that's what it was, a medical marijuana license, so they can have medical cannabis for their medical needs. And Paul Stanford helped pioneer that. He's also got a huge archive of videos that he's been doing. He's been doing a great little show called Cannabis Common Sense since I think the 1700s. I mean, there's a lot of shows in there. He does them once a week. And he always has a great guest on there. And you go through his archives and you find everybody who's ever smoked marijuana on the planet has been on Paul's show. And then Paul also is very knowledgeable about the plant. I mean, he's got a great memory. And he also has the ability to put together facts in such a way that people can understand it. So he can take a very complicated thing about cannabis or hemp and make it so that everybody can understand it. So he's a great educator as well. So to have him as a keynote speaker anywhere, let alone the Texas hemp stock, it's a true benefit to the people on staff and even more so, the people in the audience who have the benefit to listen to what he has to share. And I think it's about time people pay tribute to Paul for all of his amazing work. And I had a chance to be a joint host on the Cannabis Common Sense show for a handful of years. Had a lot of fun doing it. And I can certainly tell you, Paul's charming, charismatic, down to earth. And if you get a chance to hang out with Paul Stafford, it would behoove you to take a minute to take time for him with Paul.
That's a great idea.
It is a good idea. Now, Joshua, I want to just change gears from the speakers to the artists that are going to be performing there. I've got the list of artists right here on the website. Let me show you the right page. Here we go. And there is a pile of artists, musical artists that are performing over at your hemp stock there. And actually, there's one band there that I have seen live, and that is Los Marijuanos. I've seen
Pony Boy.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Yes. Casper was there too at the same time.
Yeah, he was up in Toronto, and then I got to enjoy Pony Boy live in concert at Seattle Hemp Fest and Portland Hemp Stock. Pony Boy's got an excellent sense of humor. He's got fantastic vocal range. He's clever when it comes to putting together lyrics. They got an amazing beat. I tell you, you can't find a better time. Well, you always find a good time when you're hanging out with Pony Boy and the band at Los Marijuanos. Yes, absolutely. He's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh my God. I quoted him in a Canada movie. If you guys haven't seen that, there's a hemp puppet, it's called Smokey, right? He's got the raspy voice, but he says, "What's up, my nuggets?" That's directly, being around Pony Boy, he loves the phrase nugget, man. Everybody is his nuggets, and I love him for that. He treats us all like family. Blessed be Tree family. Yeah. Oh man, Pony Boy, thank you for bringing that to our attention, bro.
And we've also got Justin's also performing there as the Mad Dabber 710, right?
Yes, yes, they are.
That's actually, by the guys, that's one of the individuals that owes a lot of tribute to this. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, there's a pile of music that's going on this weekend. Like I hadn't even scrolled down to the bottom of the list. There's your Mad Dabber 710 right there.
Yeah, I knew him before he was the Mad Dabber 710, and I met him shortly after he dealt with an involvement in a skirmish with the police, and he was healing from that. He spent a lot of time in a wheelchair, and he's back on his feet. Praise God! But I used to be a judge for the American Marijuana Music Awards and the Global Marijuana Music Awards, and Mad Dabber that music to the awards committee, and I ended up getting his music put into my inbox to be friends with the Mad Dabber, and he and I have been on Paul Stanford's show together a couple of times. He's got a charming sense of humor. He's fun to hang out with, very optimistic, very positive, just a ball of love.
He deserves some credit too, guys. He set the standard. He's in Texas for patients to be able to consume cannabis while on, parole and under those, created a legal presence for us over there in Texas so that you can still have your medicine when you need it. But yeah, it's definitely an amazing make on too.
Yeah.
Well, tell us more about some of the other singers. I know about Los Marijuanos, the Mad Dabber. Tell us about some of the other people who are on stage.
Frank Nitti, I see that you've been promoting him.
So what I can do is read over the names with y'all as well, but you're going to have to come out, you're going to have to click, and you're going to also have to go and listen to some of their amazing music.
All right, yes.
Frank Nitti, which you just mentioned, Los Marijuanos. There's the Mergia, Cosmic Boogie, the Shakira Ajapu, always fun. Young Gritty, David Winans Pie. We've got Richie Shaken Nagan, Reggae Soldiers, Hawaiian Lion, Mr. Green All-Stars, all the real one, Mad Dabber, of course, Yoshi, which he spells that. If you guys ever want to look him up, it's YO #! Exclamation point. It's a little different, but you can still look him up. Z Costa, which is ZKOSTA, Young Bill Rap Sumo, which they call the Big Naff. All right. The DJ Big Red, Randy Bowden, A Good Rogering, Justin James Bridges and Friends, and Callie Rose KB Bartley. There's the Ledbetter, Ricky Versetti, Loose Screws, and Rusty Hearts. Our Last Days, Will Riley and the Band of Brothers, At a Place, Lady Ty. We've got Rakeem Williamson, Haley Ann Finley, and it's Shizzle. We've got Grace the Empress, T Phenomenon, Cookie Lone Star, C Kent, and True Summit, Daylighters, Kill a Cat, and In the Shade. And of course, there's going to be more that's going to show up eventually. But guys, check it out. Look up one of the artists and see Marco.
$38 artists in total
So far.
So far, yeah. I see that you've got a button there on there if you want to perform.
Yeah,
Yep,
well,
definitely.
let me ask a basic question here. Texas is a big place. We all got that. Where is this going to happen?
It's at a place in Weberville, Texas. The exact address would be for the Texas Music River Ranch at 2511 Post Oak Road. And that's, again, in Weberville. Weberville is spelled WEBBERVILLE. And that's in Texas, of course, at zip code 78653. So if you look at anywhere on the website, there's actually a section in here under the Texas Hempstock 2025 where you can see the stage and kind of the events and the actual sweat lodge. They've got all kinds of stuff from camping to vendors to green zones, VIP areas all throughout this place, main cabins, family camping. It's going to be a pretty strategic event if you want to unite with other folks that are like-minded and accomplish some amazing things in the world. So
That sounds pretty good.
go ahead.
Is this around Austin someplace?
Very close.
Okay, I'm trying to give people, if they want to travel down there, where are they going? Weberville doesn't mean nothing to me, but if Austin, everybody
you're
comes
right.
in. Huh?
Thank you so much for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And it's
Well,
along the
good.
river there along the Colorado border, right?
Yeah, Colorado River's right north of it. Correct, sir.
All right, so anybody going there can bring their own stuff. I mean, food, bring an RV, and of course, if you have cannabis, we always recommend you bring that with you and give it to your friends. But if they didn't come, there's food, there's what you got everything you could ever want, right?
Of course, there's supposed to be food, vending, and the ability for everybody to get some rest and recuperation there, enjoy some amazing music, get educated. Hopefully, we're going to do some literary review for those eggheads out there that really want to learn something important and valid. You got any books that you guys would recommend we throw out here to the audiences so that we can put them up on the stage and say, hey, why don't you give this a read or two? What about yourself?
I know Al's got a book that might be interesting to include, right, Al?
Yeah, I'd love to have my book put out there.
I'd love to hear about it, man.
Especially Memorial Day weekend, because the first half of the book is about my service in the Navy. So
thank you for your
you're welcome. And then just to remind you, when you guys are introducing Casper that weekend, regardless of what Sanford, that's his job, but Casper was in the Army. He was actually in the friggin' Army. So, so again, Memorial Day weekend, I want everybody to have fun, but I want everybody to remember what the weekend's about. It's your freedom is because somebody did something very nice for you. So, it's what it is. But the idea again in Texas, the idea that you're putting entertainment with education, I think it's a winner. I just you have patience. Let me go there because that's my thing. What do you mean by patience? These are people that have had a problem, used cannabis, and recovered in some way. Is that the basic story?
Are you asking me what is the definition of a patient, or what do I mean in
No,
reference
he's
to
asking what kind of patients are you working with, and who are kind of.
Yeah, I mean, these cancer patients, these the people.
Okay. So our concern right now, if you want to be technical, is that they're depriving all of us of our food. We need the ability to have the essential fatty acids from hemp seed. It needs to be established as essential. There's 7 presidential executive orders that list this as an essential resource. There's a federal protocol to use FEMA and the military to harvest hemp. We need to educate the states on the federal protocols and the structure. When they decriminalized in Washington, D.C. in 2014 for medical marijuana, what they basically said is if you're going to intend to use this for medicine, then we're going to respect that. And that means that we're going to allow certain things to go on. And that's why we have different states being able to decide how they want to implement that. But in the state of Texas, they're right now at a teeter-totter for deciding what is essential. Can this be a food that's required? Is this non-euphoric vegetable that's reintroduced to a seed oil, is this considered a euphoric drug? No. So this medical food is what we have to clarify. The things that they're trying to go after, like we have to understand what you're talking about with patients is everyone is a patient according to Dennis Perone. All use is medical if you want to be technical. But when it comes to educating about the medical side, sir, I think the accolades of PTSD that we end up all of us have it. One of the things that Dabber 710, by the way, I'm sitting back here speaking to the awesome abilities of these other individuals that are organizing and putting this together. I take no credit for any of this whatsoever, gentlemen. I'm just saying they need to be spoken of and they need to be recognized just like yourselves. But when it comes to the servant heart of someone like Dabber who's saying all of us have PTSD, if you want medical cannabis in Texas, we will find a doctor here that will sign off for you to have your recommendation so that you can have access to your medical good. Well, that's an advocacy program. We do advocate for patients. Obviously, we're all patients. So that particular element of having consumable cannabis for a medical purpose, obviously we are right there paralleled with and wanting to echo that. But even more, I would like to make a bold statement that this is supposed to be accepted as a food, as a medical food that's supposed to be essential to women and children as well. So why is it that we put an age barrier on medical? Why is it that this is not established as an essential to help our brains develop, help our bodies heal, to stop the epidemic of all of these other mental health issues? From every 2 years, your body is fully regenerated. And if you haven't had the essential fatty acids to do so, you're going to degrade, you're going to lose it. So we have to reinstall this plant into our daily routines as an essential food. And then doing that, we also are claiming the fuel because the byproduct of the seed is also going to be the fuel industry. So we have to look at it as if you're going to grow the seed for food and you're going to grow the herb for its effervescent aroma, then when you reintroduce them together, they make the perfect full spectrum food for allowing your body to repair itself. So why is it that anybody can tell me that this is classified with a deadly toxic alcohol, methylated alcohol, and then it's classified as that alcohol extraction, that it's poisonous? And then we're taking this presumed belief and applying it to the citizenry. So we're just educating them that we're not using their system that way. We're advocating for the system that we're supposed to be doing. And they're a republic in Texas. Let's not forget that. They're freedom fighters, and they knew that their big guns would keep the federales and everybody on the other side of the water. So when you look at that industry, they're all concerned that they're going to lose their firearms, these patients' rights, the advocacy for law enforcement, even with the Sheriff's Association, to come in and to sponsor for what this medical use and this industrial use should be. That's what we're trying to bridge, is this opportunity for not just the politics, but the state elected officials. And don't forget, your sheriff is your elected official for the county. So you look at that, and instead of being afraid and timid, we are declaring. If you don't declare your rights, then you're going to be losing them to silence, and consent becomes silence, and they can do what they want with you being silent. So pardon me, gentlemen, for that little ditty, but yes, there's a big reason why we advocate for patients. We are all patients. We need this. It's essential to us. And the federal government has already accepted this. The presidents have said this. They have executive orders at the ready for us to implement. So why aren't we doing this? Well, we got some greedy people in here still trying to keep things suppressed so that they can control stuff. You can't control the lion when you set it free. That's the truth. It can set itself and defend itself. So with that being said, this plant, once we fully understand what's going on here, we're going to be able to feed people. We're going to be able to nurture their hearts, their bodies, their minds, repair them. And this is all because you came to an event and you plugged in with the right individuals, read a book by someone like Mr. Byrne, or come on, guys, you all know that we have the solution. So why is there still these problems? It's just a lack of communication, a lack of community. They divided us with COVID, made coughing taboo. Don't come near me with that bad cough. Well, guess what? You know how to clean a pipe. You know what it means to get a sacramental puff. You know what the differences are between medical and the intended purpose. The rest of the people just look at this like it's a Cheech and Chong movie and don't understand until we tell them. You have everything you need already with this plant. We have our lunches packed. Go ahead, gentlemen. I apologize, but I love it too.
No, don't you've raised some very interesting points, and I think one that you say this, that I'm not sure that your politicians or those leadership hear it. It's a plan. When they hear the word cannabis or marijuana, they think drug.
Correct.
And years ago, I've told this story many times, but even when I started off on this mission of teaching people that medical cannabis could actually exist, I still had to deal with guys like Casper Leach and other activists who refuse to call the plant cannabis. It took me 3 years. I threatened all kinds of people with all kinds of things, but finally it was cannabis. And that I'm telling you alone, Joshua, that alone changed the conception in a lot of people's mind. It became cannabis and not just marijuana. And another thing I'll just tell you on those words, if you Google medical marijuana on Google, Google will take you over here. If you, they're going over there, medical marijuana goes over here. If you Google therapeutic cannabis, it'll take you over here.
Correct.
So language is super important, and I just have to say that when you're dealing with, again, you're trying to educate people that are lawyers and cops, law enforcement. I got nothing particularly against any of them, except they don't know anything about botany or medicine. Nothing. Yet they're making up these rules. So I would hope some of your speakers would point that out, that the people that are deciding these medical decisions for Texans aren't doctors. And, in most states, that's against the law. If you don't have the medical license. So the whole thing is preposterous to begin with. The idea that it's still Schedule 1 federally is a joke.
Would you like to talk about that?
Yeah, go ahead. The Republicans in Texas are missing the boat. When President Trump was here in Florida, this is his home state, he came down to do politics stuff here, and we had a vote going on, an initiative. So the people were voting on it about medical legal cannabis, and he said, "Yeah, I think Florida should have legal cannabis. What's wrong with you people?" We missed by just as much. So, even the president has indicated that, if nothing else, he's willing to let states have states' rights in this issue. But another thing that Texans need to know, and again, it's Memorial Day weekend. If Texas has legal cannabis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
medical.
Medical. Okay. Your veterans in Texas can then use medical cannabis and go to a VA hospital and be treated with dignity. The veterans that live right straight north of you in South Dakota, if they try to use cannabis and go to a hospital, a VA hospital, they are removed from the grounds.
Oh, wow.
So I would, it's Memorial Day weekend. And I hope somebody would say that the federal government, if nothing else, should at least allow veterans in all of our states to have the same medical protocols. It's ridiculous. I call it medical treatment by geography, which in my mind is, well, that's what it is. It's where you live. What's your zip code? And that's illogical. It's immoral, and it's medically unethical.
And I don't mean to interrupt, but one of the things that Al Byrne is not including too is that Al Byrne, along with an individual by the name of Michael Krawitz, are the two primary activists who made it possible for military veterans to include medical cannabis in their medical care without losing their veterans benefits. And thank you, Al.
Thank you,
Michael, for all your hard work in making that happen.
Well, Michael did the lion's share of it, but thank you very much. We worked hard. A lot of other people did too. It just wasn't me and Michael. It never is just the guys that have their name out there. It never is. But again, we have our government right now that is not treating your veterans equally. And that sucks. I mean, there's just no.
Well, Al, how many caregiver hospitals, how many caregiver facilities has the federal government built for veterans? I think there's 2 in the whole country.
Yeah, there's not very many. It's being taken over by nonprofits. Good for them. A lot of people are chipping in. I do understand, and again, I'm not bringing up President Trump just because I'm a Trumper or something. I really am not. I would not want to have a beer with that guy. But let me just put it that way, okay? But on the other hand, the man is dedicating his entire salary for 4 years. Yeah, he's a billionaire, but it's $1 million something, and it's all going to U.S. homeless veteran charities. His press secretary has been on this. The federal government is going to take all the vets off the street. We're going to do it right now.
Right.
So that should be done, of course. So anyway, that's enough of the veteran thing. But there is an inequality there. I think the more people that understand it, Texas is taking care of its vets, but there's others that don't, and I just don't think they know. It's just like your lawyers that you're going to try and influence, and you will eventually, except maybe that lieutenant governor. They're just going to have to understand it's a plant. And we talked to, we had an interview just 2 days ago with a doc down in a famous U.S. doc in Venezuela. Venezuela has assigned the cannabis plant to the Department of Agriculture. And that's exactly where Texas should put it. And that's where the federal government should put it. It's a plant. And as soon as we can get that kind of mindset going, that, oh, wait a minute, it's a plant. It grows in the ground, but these guys, I'm telling you, they're lawyers, they're cops, they think drug. So try and
Sir,
do what you can for me on that one.
I will. And thank you for your service. Thank you for everything that you've done to help so many. That is recognized first and foremost. I would just let's focus towards the moment of what we're saying. The veterans deserve care because they provided our freedom. And I agree with that sentiment. And they do have a priority of care in the order of operations, along with the tribal communities and such. What I would suggest is that we adapt a strategy specifically towards, if you're going to bring up the PTSD and the veteran side of things, that we don't do it as a disarmament program like they intended to do by sharing all of the databases of the medical use cards and saying, oh, they voluntarily violated their DS form for their firearm. We need to have some form of capacity in order to have those kind of tools and resources at the ready. But at the same time, what I'm seeing as a medical proponent is it was used as a disarmament program to give medical to anybody. And I advocate for caregiver rights to also have the ability for Second Amendment. I know you might be in Canada and not necessarily agree with some of these parts, but Texas really needs to hear that, because they're worried that if we give this medical marijuana to everybody, that we're going to have the crazies lose their guns. That's not what we're trying to say, though. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no, I see in the news, I do a news broadcast, and I see that in the news where they talk about banning the rights for the people who are using medical cannabis and not allowing them to own a gun. Just because they're using medicinal cannabis, there's no reason to ban them from having rights to a gun. Like that's I completely against that, because the fact that they allow people who are on opiates for prescriptions for medications, they can own a gun.
Right.
And people can get stoned on aspirins. They don't ban people from having aspirins in the house if they own guns.
Yes,
So
sir.
patients, I think it's totally wrong to ban a patient from owning a gun.
Well, and to be honest, too, I would rather walk into a room of people getting high who own guns than walk into a bar with a bunch of drunk people who have guns.
yeah, same here. And, like I'm not a gun owner. Or
No. By any means. Go ahead.
Yeah, I look at it as they're all crazies. It's totally wrong.
Yeah, but law enforcement would agree with Casper.
Yeah, permission to speak.
Law enforcement in this country, all over the world, knows that people that use cannabis are not load on. They're not. And you're dealing with fentanyl or alcohol or whatever. Who knows? They worry about that. To cannabis. I've had conversations in my time with the law enforcement heads of various states.
Leap, right? You guys used to interview Leap, right? Sorry.
Yeah, every Wednesday I'd have Leap Day, Law Enforcement Against Prohibition. Had one of the founders, Peter Chris, as the joint host. Did it?
Yeah. Anyway, those guys are. Leap speaks out, but they're representing almost 95% of their cohorts. Nobody's worried about. They're just not worried about violence with cannabis. I just want to tell this story because I did it the other day, and I had a meeting one day a long time ago with George McMahon, one of the federal patients. There you go, a federal patient. That means a cannabis smoker got all his cannabis from the federal government that said it's not a medicine. I mean, talk about hypocrisy on steroids. Anyway, George and I were in Minneapolis, and the head law enforcement officer of the I guess state police came to have a little meeting with us about cannabis. He knew what the subject was. He was right on time. Really nice guy, and he brought us some cookies, some chocolate chip cookies. And he said, "I know this is going to be a rather long meeting, and I thought you guys might get the munchies."
That's nice.
So I thought, well, he wasn't too worried about violence. He wanted to know about he was very open to the medical argument. He didn't know it, but he.
Well, and speaking of George, too, Elvie Maseka's coming to the event there in Texas, too, isn't she, Joshua?
That's the word. So we'll see what happens.
Oh, well, say hello to Elvie. She's a heroine, man. She was one of the, not the original, but she got on the board of directors of Patients Out of Time, and did us well for years and years and years. I think we started up in 95, but I think she joined us in 2003 or 4. And traveled all over the place for us.
Big can of
yeah, all over the place.
She's a ball of love too. She's a ball of love. Now I also understand they're at the hemp stock there in Texas that you're going to have some glass blowers there showing how they do that, right?
That's awesome. What I'm excited to see. Yeah, we got. Let me see. What's the specific partner here? Pardon me for scrolling for a second, gentlemen. There's
a partner.
Yeah, I believe he's under the partner side, but let me just
Wishes. There's Wishes Inc. There is Grunt Style GS.
I don't think he has all of our glass blowers listed on here yet. Okay, we'll have to update that, gentlemen.
Well, tell us about the glass blowers. What are they going to be doing besides blowing glass? What's up? Are you going to watch them handing them pipes? What's the deal?
Oh, you're a hoot, brother. So, well, there's a bunch of things going on. I'm trying to find the company if I can look it up for y'all. Pardon me.
I've got your glass blowers up
there.
I believe.
There you go. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Glass blowing experience, May the 24th to 25th, and. There's Stony Chicken.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, and lace face glass.
Lace face glass, correct.
So are they giving out free pipes or something like that, or what?
As far as I know, they're doing limited edition stuff live, and they're also working on trying to get some veterans to learn how to pour some hempcrete there too. So it's not just the glass blowers; it's just teaching the craftsmanship that's also directly around the plant. That I think that's the specific area that we're speaking to right now. Let me see here. There's an education pavilion that they'll be participating in, both workshops and also have vending areas. So you can purchase
So you're
one.
talking about hempcrete and using it for building and homes and stuff like that.
That's also one of the topic lines. So
Yeah.
That was supposed to be a jumping off point for you to talk about it.
Oh, for me. You guys have to forgive me on this because I'm just a steward of introduction, right? So when I look at this, a lot of this information is not just the first time. It's been inundated with conversation, and to me, it's become one parallel, which is Hempstock is going to go on Memorial Weekend. Whoever shows up, you're going to enjoy it. And when it comes to the glass blowing experience or any of these other strategic partners, they're doing augmented reality. They're doing a lot of but these are things that these individuals have prepared, and I don't want to steal their thunder by any means. And what I'm trying to do is advocate for you to also to go and experience what they're going to do live. If I could tell you that, I would definitely record the video and share it. But as to like the VIP treatment, obviously there's going to be some of those promotions and those kind of things go on. As to glass blowing, they're going to have education. Like one of the things that I would like to segue on, if we're going to bring this up, is there's a book that somebody wrote in this group that talks about the ethics and the healing proponents of using something like a glass blown pipe and why that's advantageous and why it is that we even do those things. And those kind of topics do need to come up in this arena, not just the art form and the auction and all of those other things that they use for the amazing art, but I think it's also a medical proponent. And I'm trying my best here to illustrate what's going on, but you'd have to experience, to be honest, gentlemen. So
well, that's what we'll do. Is we're a little past the hour mark. We like to keep the attention of our audience. I found if we go more than an hour, they fire up a pipe and walk out of the room. So that's what we need to do. So Joshua, is there anything you want to say about the Texas Hempstock 2025 before we wrap it up?
Yes, I am humbled to be in the presence of greatness. So many individuals have committed their time, energy, and focus to make an amazing event to educate and empower the next generation about this wonderful plant. I believe it to be an awesome legacy and memory to Jack Herrera and individuals that have passed, like Mr. Larry Kirk. And thank you for sharing testimony like only you could, Casper. I'm stewarded with information, and that information is here is where to go. TexasHempstock.com. and read all about it, join up, follow along, make sure that you're a part of it if you're in the area, or just watch the video log after, especially like things like this. Thank you so much for Time for Hemp, Pace Radio, and all that you do, Patients at a Time, and the veterans and everybody else that's participated in not just this movement, but all of us together learning this amazing plant. So it's not one of us, and by any means, all I'm trying to do is advocate for all these other individuals that are putting their time and energy to entertain and educate you all. And thank you again for the honor and opportunity to share this information with y'all.
Well, you've been a good spokesperson for them, man. You did a good job.
Yeah, exactly. Congratulations to everybody that's involved in making this happen, because it takes a lot of volunteers as well as all the organizers. And from what I read on the information there, this is the first annual festival that's going on there. And
first kickoff.
Yeah. So good luck, and I look forward to hearing about the results of it. We'll have to have you back.
Well, I would appreciate that, gentlemen. I also look forward to Michael Camp and Dabber 710 giving you the full brevity of what's going on live. And hopefully Pace Radio will be a representative correspondent. And thank you again for all you guys do. It's an amazing honor to see you still doing it and kicking ass, guys. Blessed be Tree family.
And Al Graham, why don't you let people know what's going on at the Pace Radio Network up there in Canada, Canada?
Up here in Canada, yeah, Pace Radio, people advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network. We broadcast every day of the week with something that's new that's coming out. Some days we have 2 broadcasts, and we've also bring in content providers that we allow to broadcast on our network, and that includes Time for Hemp.
And Al Bird, fantastic book.
Yes, Fantastic. It's a good book. It's 360 pages long. You can get it ebook or, hard soft cover. It's Amazon, Apple Books, Barnes and Noble, wherever you want to order a book. It's got a lot of good reviews. I wrote it for two reasons. One, we've talked about a little bit. I wanted the people that did the work, especially the medical cannabis people, remembered. I wanted people in the future to know that these people were, like we talked about Elvie a little bit. Elvie's in the book. She's one of these people that everybody should know about Elvie Masika. So there's dozens of folks like that, and I wrote stories about them all. Jack Herr, Dennis Perron, all these names you've heard. I interface with these guys, and I've told some stories about them, and I've complimented them because they should be complimented. However, there were also a bunch of assholes along the way.
Let's be real. Yes.
Just a few. So I named them too. And if they're dead, I'm sorry about that, but I didn't care. So that was a big thing. I needed to get that out of my system, And then the rest of the book is about education. I know everybody knows a lot about hemp and cannabis. I guarantee you read the last half of my book, and you'll learn a lot, more than you knew you didn't know. And that was part of the idea, that let people know this is valuable. This is valuable. Your sister's sick, your dad's hurt. You can help them. You can help them with this. This cannabis is, as Joshua has said, it's a remarkable plant. It's food. It is the most nutritious food in the world. There's nothing better that your body could absorb. And here's the key. I know all you mothers are out there going, no, you don't heat it up. You see what he's doing? He's lighting up. He's like, what? And then he coughs.
Don't heat it up. That'll be bang.
Don't do that. You eat it cold. Anyway, you read all of that, and then if you eat it cold, there's no psychotropic anything. It's just really good food. We had our guest ahead of Joshua. You'll see him in the mix. Dr. Bill. He has been Venezuela, and he's the guy that developed this food thing in the beginning. He got onto it, medical doctors, all that. And he said the same thing, Joshua. You and him, man, you ought to have a conversation.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are joined at the hip. Anyway, thank you so much. It was a great show.
And I want to let people out there know I have finally come out of hibernation. Those who know me well know that I seldom leave my cave. But I've come out of hibernation, and I'm roaring down the road to head to Texas Hempstock 2025. I hope to see you there. Please check out my archives. That is one of the reasons why I'm still doing this. So the voices in my archive will not go silent. It will always be heard. And there's a lot of free music you can download from the Illusions of Music on the website. Free newsletter, lots of blog content. At the bottom of each blog, you'll find a free MP3 that you can download. There's a song about how wonderful cannabis is. And I am looking so forward to coming together Memorial Weekend in Texas at the Texas Hempstock 2025 to join my wonderful hemp family and to celebrate the wonderful aspects of this plant and let the whole world know how important it is to take time for hemp.
The money that they spend. Take another look and spend some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yes, it's time for him. 1 acre of hemp makes 20 bales of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, time for help!
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Lights on. Tent sipped. Timers click. That's it. Lab coat. Cutoffs. Boots. He yells. It's grow time.
Darcy struts in like a mad scientist, measuring soil like it's rock and roll physics. Got charts on the wall, got snacks on the table, says this late night lesson's highly medicinal. He's cracking jokes about his fertilizer stash, dropping puns so bad we actually crash. Everybody names like it's part of the crew. Meet Larry, that's Susan, they're stronger than you. It's grow time with Darcy, turn that thumb to green. From the closet to the cosmos, he's the wild-eyed weed machine. Growing with Darcy is a who. Laugh so hard we almost puke. It's grow time with Darcy, doctor of the funky root. He's got goggles on, but they're fogged to hell. Says that just proves the humidity swell. Pacing around the room like a coach at the game. Everyone hydrate. Label every strain. He checks one plan, says this one's for pain. This one's for sleep, this one's for migraines. Prescription of pedals in a plastic pot. Side effects include having a blast a lot. It's grow time with Darcy. Turn that thumb to green. From the closet to the cosmos, he's the wild-eyed weed machine. Growing with Darcy is a hoot. Laugh so hard we almost puke. It's grow time with Darcy. Step 1, water. Step 2, light. Step 3, rock harder. All day. All night. Sativa, indica, hybrid, delight. White lab coat. coat, Banty underneath. He's the only doctor with a backstage pass and teeth. If laughter is medicine, we're overdosed fools. He winks. Class dismissed. Follow Grow Room rules. Hey! It's grow time with Darcy. It's grow time with Darcy. It's grow time with Darcy. It's grow time with Darcy.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.